Time to end loses to surely, man. Wait, I didn't clear my wolves. Holy fuck, the brain damage is irreparable. It's too far gone. It's too far gone, man. It's just too far gone. The brain damage is too far gone. Like, I entirely skipped my wolves camp and I was wondering why the fuck the Wukong took so long for the rad. I didn't, I just skipped wolves. And this game has caused me irreparable brain damage. It's too far gone, man. I don't understand what is happening. I don't get it. This game pisses me off so much. Holy shit. He's level 5. This game pisses me the fuck off. I play like an ape, these fucking people all play like an ape. What, dude? I mean, unironically, it's like this game turns your brain dead, right? It's like when you spend too much time in lower elos with it, you know, playing with shittier players, bad skill is infectious. When you spend hundreds of games in these disgusting brain dead low elos, even if you're a challenger player, that shit is contagious, not necessarily infectious. It's contagious. It will make you worse at the game too. It's like you have a higher chance of getting worse at the game when you keep playing with worse players than when you don't play the game entirely for weeks. I've wasted too much time in these disgusting elos to the point that, I mean, one, like, mentally wise, just the drive to try hard as a whole especially is non-existent when I see, like, bad play all the time. But even skill-wise, when I spend too much time in these elos, it's making you worse at the game, man. It really does. This guy is a human. That's a human. That is a human. Yeah, I'm seeing everything else aside, all the demoralizing factor aside that's gonna inevitably make you play worse. I'm seeing that when you spend even too much time with shittier players, it's contagious. That's the best way, or like the worst way to really get worse at the game than if you didn't play at all. Because like video gaming is the same way as driving a bike in most cases. You can't really unlearn that. When you're good at a game, you're good at the game, right? You cannot play the game for months even and be rusty or whatever, but you still got the skill necessarily. But if there is such a thing as losing your skill in a game, it's by that. It's when you spend too much time playing with shittier players. That's definitely a way to lose your skill, if at all. So yeah, when you're supposedly a higher elo than Emerald player, and you spend so much time in Emerald elo, you will get worse at the game, man. I swear. I feel like that's what's been going on with me too. Besides all the like the tilt, demoralizing shit and whatnot. I'm just playing like a complete ape, man. Like, I look at how this Wukong is moving, I look at the spike, I look at my very human being Orianna, and it's like, again, besides the tilt factor, the demoralizing factor, it's just making me worse at the game when this is what I see every game. I'm like, this is really fucking making me lose my skills playing all these games in fucking Emerald. It's a disgrace. Just like this Orianna's existence, it's a disgrace. See, that's a human. That is a human. That's a human being. That's a human. Believe it or not, that Orianna, a human. Believe it or not, it's a human. That is a human being. That's a human. Humans in this game, humans play this game, allegedly humans. It's so playable, man. Look at this match history. Six-game loss streak, innocent. Nah, this is even funnier than getting ace into unlucky. Also 16 loss streak, by the way. Getting this is unironically funnier than ace unlucky. Innocent. Because I got another subhuman on my team. I mean innocent. I mean, dude, even OPGG is like, yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, you're fucked. Even OPGG gets it, it's like, yeah, like, this is not your fault that you get subhumans like this. That's not your fault. You got a subhuman on your team, that's not your fault. Even OPGG gets it, man. Even they're like, yeah, fucking loses Q, innit? Disgusting, man, disgusting. Oriana got king 24/7. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if she was 1v2 since minute 1. Doesn't fucking matter. You don't go fucking 0-6 like a complete fucking subhuman. That means fucking 0. The first time you got fucking ganked by enemy support, okay, you didn't see it coming. The second time, you should understand what's happening and play accordingly. And not fucking run it every time the pike is mid lane. That's not a fucking excuse. Oh my god, the mid laner had to play 1v2. Oh my god, I have to play 1v5 on the entire map. Wherever I go. And these retard laners can't deal with their support being on their lane? Fuck off, man. You want me to fucking relate to that and feel bad for these retarded ass fucking players and be like, oh my god, the pool Ori. Oh yeah, the Pyke was on mid lane, not her fault. She went 0-650 CS like a subhuman. I have to contest dragons being 1v3, one grabs dragons, enemy jungle, my jungle, wherever I go, it's at least 1v3 all the time, every game. And these laners can't deal with with the support showing up on their lane or even just the jungler showing up without dying every single time. How the fuck do you wanna fucking excuse that and say, oh yeah, but the poor Orianna? What the fuck? I mean, again, at least at the second time you get ganked, you should understand, okay, you're getting camped by this guy, fucking play safe. Subhuman Q every game, man. Subhuman Q. Now we're getting this account banned today. We're unironically 6-game loss streak. We're making sure this account is getting banned today. We're making sure of that. Trying to find the human challenge. Impossible! Impossible! Fucking season 14 split 3 emerald elo. Impossible! Find a single human in the Zelo, I swear. We have a ghost TP Galio. Lately it's been these subhuman mid laners every game that run it. Lately, these past couple days, the majority of these games are always the subhuman mid lane difference. Always. So look, I'm so tilted, I'm not even putting boxes down. I'm just gonna get this account banned. I'm just gonna fucking run it. It's 6-game loss streak, it's over. Time to start a new push, it's fucking over. I get a 10-game loss streak mid lane retard. Enemy gets a fucking 100% win rate Smurf. Before you say I'm making that up, I literally had that on a Smurf in the same elo basically today. I had a Hue and Viego Smurf. 11 games, only wins. They started their freshie like today. Duo Q, both of them. 100% like 11 games, 100 wins. And my mid laner doesn't know, like, she doesn't even know what game she's playing. And I was shitting on that Viego too. I was completely shitting on that Viego. And then fight after fight, I'm like, there's kind of a mid lane gap here. I look at the profiles. Enemy mid lane jungle duo Q Smurf, 11 games, only wins. And my mid lane, not even necessarily, it looked the same as this Orianna's match story basically. There were a lot of wins. But that game plays like a boosted fucking creature, as always. Look how these people play. Like, dude, unironically, this shit is turning me brain dead. Unironically. Like, the more I can. The more I look at how these people play, the worse I'm gonna get at the game. It's not even about the tilt. The tilt is whatever, alright? The tilt eventually goes away, but this is taking a toll on my skill, man. I'm getting worse at the game the more I spend time in these Zelos. Look at how they fucking play, and we still can't win. We still can't win games. This is fucked. This is so fucked. Why am I not seeing the Malfoy? I saw his recall, I didn't even see the champion, I saw just like an ability going on. What's happening? Oh, we have a Yone bot lane. They're still looking for me. There's even the Malphite is coming here. Even the Malphite. Look how these people play. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Look how they play. Look how these people play, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Was this warded? Why the fuck would they both sprint to that? Dude, these games, it's just so fucking weird, man. Like, it's not just me, right? These games are fucking weird. The weirdest part being the enemies a lot of times are equally as brain dead and shit at the game, and yet I still cannot win these games. Like, I know half the time I'm tilting and running, more than half the time, but still. Everything about this game is fucking weird, man. It's like the enemies play like brain dead, but it's like also how the fuck did they know I was in that bush if it wasn't warded? We will check in a replay. But dude, how shit doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like even when I play off stream, it's even weirder. Every game invade, people always know your spot like they're ghosting, but it's off stream, so I can't even say that it's ghosted or any shit like that, right? Sometimes they will do plays that's like challenger level in Emerald, and the next time they will be like complete fucking biggest brain dead again. Like the inconsistency, right? Especially like inconsistency of how people play in Zero pisses me the fuck off. It's like one time, like you saw that Camille game couple days ago, I will walk over a fucking control ward. Low HP Camille barely survived the fight. Running away from my top laner. And I come in over a control ward, coming in, Q in, and this guy walks up and lets me just kill her for free. Right? And the next time I will do a level 3 clear, enemy will start on my red, I will do an unexpected random gank from mid lane, and every time enemy mid lane are so cautious. The second I Q in, they run away. Even if it's not warded half the time. Dude, I cannot make sense of this game anymore. Nothing about Emerald Elo makes sense. Map pack? So people are just freely still just scripting, just Vanguard, not even doing shit. I'm still waiting for a game to happen where a cheetah gets detected and the game gets interrupted, as that's supposed to what's supposed to happen, right? If there's a script in the game that gets code. Hundreds of games since Vanguard. Not a single time has that happened. And you can tell people are still scripting. Like, yeah, half the time that shit feels like map hack. It's like... I don't even know, dude. We will check the replay on that. I mean, you saw the Jarvan on the minimap looking for me over here in the bushes. And then they randomly, both of them, sprint to this. Whoever thought Emerald needed to be added needs to be either fired or found to do unspeakable things to. First of all, they recently did another downsizing at Riot Games, so they did fire a bunch of people. I guess including the Furious Bacon has been fired at some point. I don't know if recently or his Twitter and everything is gone, so he must have been fired. Well, I don't know when, but people still don't have such a fucking dude. For Riot Games, it's not about making solo queue playable. That's not even in top 5 of their priority. When they talk about that, it's just lip service to keep the player base calm, to pretend like that's what they're about. They don't give a fuck about solo queue being playable. That's not their fucking goal. They didn't add Emerald to make solo queue better. They added Emerald as a buffer elo to get all the inflated Master elo players, Diamond elo players, and shove them into Emerald. But also, like, if you start a freshie, we started like 2 freshie this past week basically, or at least these past 2 weeks now. I've started 2 freshies already, this being one of them, and you get 38 LP all the way till Emerald. Even if you have shit win rate, even if you fuck up the win rate and go below 60%, you're still gaining 38 LP, which is fine. You should be getting high LP if you keep your win rate at least above 60%, right? Instead of trying to force you in lower elos. But the moment you fucking get to Emerald, even if you have high win rate still, the LP gain drops from 38 to 30. The games become beyond disgusting, as it's been happening to both these freshies. The matchmaking gets beyond fucking disgusting. Right, you get people 10 game loss streak, you get people 10 games in 0 wins, Literally 0% win rate accounts, you get inactive accounts, you get bot accounts, you get all kinds of brain that shit in Emerald Elo just to keep you in a Zelo. My Emerald account from last split, that's higher win rate than this, is gaining negative LP. Less LP and negative LP. It loses more LP than what it gains. So that's all by design. They're making sure that they made Emerald that so that all these accounts can be put into Emerald. So they make it really easy to get into Emerald, but really hard to get out of it. It's by design. Emerald was not a mistake, it's working as intended. It's so disgusting, man. See, I'm gonna be the win condition, nobody's playing around me. Hextech Dragon up, we don't give a fuck, we just don't give a fuck. This Nar is feeding the Jarvan back into the game, we have a young fucking retard AD carry. New season rank still messed up. I don't know what you mean by that, but if that's what you mean, yes. If you mean that previous season MMRs into Elo reset have worse MMRs than if you start a fresh sheet. The Emerald account from last split with better win rate is getting 20 LP, losing 22 or some shit. This one, despite having worse win rate now, is higher Elo now, and is still gaining better LP. And losing way less. So yeah, I don't know what the fuck they did on the Elo reset, but you're better off starting a new account than playing on the previous Elo Emerald or whatever the fuck they have. They just have worse MMR. How long have I been waiting around on this dragon? How long have I been fucking sitting in this river? And there's still no team around to take this fucking dragon, man. It's been at least 2 minutes I've been sitting on bot side waiting for a team to show up. So we take this fucking dragon, dude. Oh, Yon was 1-2, now he's 1-4. I CBA. I fucking CBA.
Just a little bit closer.
This is our AD carry. See, this is a human. That's a human being.
The joke's on you.
Moses appreciate the sub gift, mate. Wait, what am I doing? Why wouldn't I just take this? Dude, I'm minting even in chess. Wait, oh god, I didn't see that. What the fuck? Is this guy ever gonna move that rook?
Feeling like there's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love. Dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no, no. Don't ever look away. You fill the spaces in my heart. Your friends are nowhere to be found. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. No, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but love, it's a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping, trip, trip. You're trip, you're trip, you're tripping. And I'm tripping.
Your time? Yeah, I was busy flaming that subhuman yawn.
Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. We're
The fuck? I'm seeing an opener here. I'm seeing an open opportunity here. Shouldn't have moved that. Where is he going with this? What is he trying? What the fuck? Now we can do this. And I can't even take it.
The joke's on you. This will be fun.
Fuck this guy, man. Wait, he can just take that.
Here we go. Here we go.
CBA. Lose Q in chess, it is what it is. Dude, how the dude, I gotta learn chess. If I actually wanna climb in chess, I gotta like watch tutorials and shit. The fact that he still has mana for all that. The fact that he still has mana!
Look behind you.
I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away. It's somewhere far beyond. Keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. It's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot, I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but
One more needless test.
it's a best boy. It's one of a kind. Yeah, but it's a best boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind.
A little bit closer.
It's been a while since I ran into you on a street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright.
A little
I
bit
smile at
closer.
people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. Light on my key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when I'm fly cool. Really afternoon, it's a best boy. Looking at the sky, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when I'm fly cool. Really afternoon, it's a best boy. Looking at the sky, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind.
This will be fun.
What did I just watch? Emerald Gaming. Subhuman Gaming. I just cannot take the shit game or these shit players seriously. ICBA. At the slightest fucking bullshit, I wanna run it the fuck down. ICBA, man. Disgusting fucking shit. It's fucking disgusting. All that baiting on the rise, the subhuman cannot do a proper follow-up and then tries to fucking ping spam me. Being the subhuman that he is and he keeps feeding the rise, I mean, lose the game then. I see one brain that shit from these fucking cancer players, I run it. Really, CBA. Keep in mind, the guy played that whole mid lane fight like a complete subhuman and was ping spamming me already at that moment before I even ran it down. And then fucking feeds the rise another time here. I mean, that's all I need to see to do what I gotta do for the subhuman it is. The way the lyrics just fit to what I was saying, holy shit. Childish? I mean, call it what you want. If the game is unplayable, it's not on me. When every game I have disgusting creatures, it's not on me. I'm just trying to play the game and get unplayable games back to back. Call it what you want, it's not on me. Did I react the way I do? I'm not saying I don't take any blame, ultimately it's me deciding to run it. But again, given the situation, given these games, given these creatures, I'm just trying to have playable games, but we get no playable games, so... Shit happens every game, that's the thing. It's not one bad game, two bad games. Every game is subhuman. It's full of subhumans. And eventually, at some point, you know, you run out of patience. Call it what you want, but I have no patience for these players. When they play like apes, we run it.
Now you don't. A little bit closer.
Feel this. Come closer.
It's not even that they play shit that I run it necessarily, it's that the moment they try to blame me for their disgusting, worthless gameplay, that's when I definitely run it. The moment you try to blame me for your disgusting, no-skill cancer gameplay, I'm so running it. It's not even that they're just bad at the game and don't do shit the whole time. It's that as soon as they ping me, in any way try to put the blame on me that they suck at the game, I'm running it. I'm not tolerating that. I'm running out. This retard was pinging me when he already failed that flash combo, right? When I was fucking securing 2 free kills with the bait I was doing. This retard could barely secure 1, and then does that fail flash follow up. That's when he started pinging me, if not even already before that. And then starts feeding the rice basically, giving him another kill later on. Again, like, bad enough you play like a retard. You try to put that on me, you're losing the game. I really have no patience for these fucking retards. If you cannot play like a human, at least act like a human, or lose the game. Like, that's the least I can ask for from these subhuman players, right? If you cannot play like a human, at least behave like a human. Or is that still too much to ask for? Look, I do all this bait, I do all this work. This retard barely fucking hits that taunt, barely secures the kill. I mean, I still have to do all that. Alright. And then this... Now look. The fact that this guy still has mana for... Like, what mana, dude? What the fuck are his mana costs? Look at that follow-up. Boom. Boom! Amazing. So this retard does that.
Let's run.
By the way, he can still easily take that kill, right? Because the Rise is barely enough mana for one ability. I'm lower HP because I had to do all that. The Ari could have tanked more. She could have tanked that whatever ability he got left to use. Instead of using on me, if she went for it, just going in, right? And the Rise was going for her. So I could have followed that up as I tried. Even if she failed that like a retard. We could have still made that happen if this retard didn't run away. Right? Bad enough he didn't fucking... He failed that combo like complete ape. If he just walked up, she has enough HP to tank him for longer. And I could have followed up too. He couldn't have attacked both of us. He has no mana. He can use one ability. Right? So despite this, all she has to do is walk up. Even if she's out of mana too, just auto attack him. Walk up. Fucking tank whatever fucking his auto attacks, his one ability. She got the HP for it. I don't. I'm lower HP. She's 250 HP. I'm less than 100. So she could be tanking this. Right? He can use one ability with that mana. She can tank this. And I can walk up as I tried. So she goes. Then I'm like, okay, there's the follow-up. He failed that taunt and everything. No problem. We can still secure the kill. So she's there. I go back in. And then this retard runs away. And lets him turn back on me. Right? We could have still gotten this. If this retard didn't fucking turn back. Wait, are we -1 right now? No way. It's amazing, man. It's amazing. And then the retard dies here as well. What is subhuman, man? Like, especially these mid laners lately. Every game it's a subhuman. And then not even a minute later gives the Ryze another kill. She has ult, by the way. Like, do you see what I mean, dude? She has ult this whole fight. Look, she has ult the whole fight. Look when she ults, look.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bang bang bang! Look at this comp diff. Ah fuck. Ah fuck. The game started. That's when she fucking. That's when she ulted, by the way, right there when I paused. That's when she ulted. The second she was dead, she ults. And I guess last. And I think that's when she starts pinging me. Also look at this competitive now. This game is amazing, man. This game is amazing. The Zelo is God sent, it's heaven sent. It's so fucking good. The Zelo is... Oh my god, Emerald. I love Emerald. I love Emerald Elo. I love Emerald players because they're human. I love the humanity of Emerald players. They're so human. Look at the enemy comp. We have Anivia Trundle. Look at the enemy comp. I love Emerald Elo. Oh wait, I fucking what? This shit is bugged now. Look at that enemy comp. Oh, I love emeralds. Oh, I forgot to check that replay on the Jarvan game. We might be negative win rate on this. Are we unironically? And we're probably still gonna be gaining better LP than on the Emerald account with 56% win rate. I played 2 games on that yesterday since like a week. I played 2 games on that. We won the first, got 19 LP. Lost the next, on top of it I got AFK because very playable game. Lost 26. So yeah, it's time for another freshie. Look at this Trundle, man. Look at the subhuman, dude. Didn't do a single attack. Self-report. Dude, I swear, even when these freshies initially start, dude, it's always the moment I start spam reporting because it's impossible not to, and then the spiral kicks in with that. The moment I start spam reporting, the games get worse and worse. Like, I'm telling you, loses queue and spam reporting definitely correlates. There's definitely a strong fucking connection in that. Nothing causes loses queue like spam reporting, I swear. I'm 100% convinced, yet I keep spam reporting because it's impossible not... It's impossible. What item on her deals true damage? What item? Which item? What item is giving her true damage? What, is her ability making the Triforce on it deal true damage? The champion, her legs, is that an item, you dumb fuck? Leak of true damage, everybody deals tons of true damage now. Not now, it's been like that for seasons. It's like, it just gets worse. Apparently they gave Xanthi way more true damage too, it's amazing. He really needed that. He's been kinda weak lately. He's been kinda fucking weak, you know what I mean? He's been kinda fucking weak. He needed that bonus true damage, he's been weak. He's been kinda weak. Company, man. Per Q, but that's not an item, so it's like, is there a Q making the Triforce on hit be half true damage? So is that what is her Q turning on it damage into true damage? I swear, I gotta stop building disgusting fucking Berserker boots. I gotta stop building that shit. Given how much damage people have been dealing lately, I should always go fucking... Look at this shit, man. Like, look at this shit. But I should always go fucking either Talbais or Mercs, depending on damage output. But then when this is the fucking damage output, it doesn't even matter. It's 300 item true damage. Dude, are you brain dead? I'm asking what item because it says it says the item dealt the true damage. Are you fucking dumb? We know she deals true damage, but it says an item dealt it. When all she has is Triforce. So I'm guessing some of her abilities turning even external on it damage into true damage. Sounds balanced. Dude, get cancer, like genuinely.
It is just a little bit closer.
And they get objective bounty because oops, we've been playing too good. Oops, dude. Oh, I can't, man. It's like, dude, every game is so shit. Every game is so disgusting. Most games are an instant open, and then for once, you get the fucking. You build up the courage to try hard for once again. You get to have a fucking, for once, a winning team. And then like shit like this, like it's like as soon as the objective bounty kicks in or whatever the fuck, just back to being fucking so demoralized and wanting to run it the fuck down. It's so annoying, man. Especially when the team is still fucking like is gonna run it at any time and half of them are still brain dead anyway. And it's really just me carrying it. And then boom, objective bounty. And the team decides to run it every time. Enemy jungle 1-5. And he's still stronger than me. What the fuck are these people doing? Everything about this game is fucking demoralizing, man. These fucking dumb fucks instead of... this company is fucking retarded, dude. Instead of adding incentive to the game to make them want to try hard, they do the opposite. Like, it's so fucking stupid. We should be rewarding players for playing better. We should be incentivizing people try harding and wanting to win. Instead, we do the opposite. So fucking boring. It's just so fucking... Everything about the game is so demoralizing. And again, a lot of it, not an accident, not a mistake, by design. It's by design. I mean, as they say, fun over fairness. Oh, but it's not fun. It's not fun for the losing team when they get destroyed too hard. So we have to make it easier for them. I mean, literally, that's literally the arguments they use when they add shit mechanics like this into the game, like objective bounties. It's not even... I'm not even talking out of my ass. This is their own fucking view on the game, their own philosophy about the game. To them, being too good is a problem. To them, when one side of, when one team in the game loses too hard, or that's not fair for them. That's not fun when you lose too hard. So we gotta do that. We gotta make the game easier for the losing players and harder for the winning players. Literally. Like, that's literally their own way of justifying it. Oh, we gotta make comeback mechanics easier for the losing team. Disgusting shit fucking game. Fucking disgusting. It's like, just ask yourself, why the fuck would you want to try hard in a game that's designed to punish you whenever you do too well? Why even bother? I mean, it's no wonder that everybody perma runs it down in the game nowadays, because that's what they incentivize, man. What a fucking disgusting component. We've lost the dragon too. It's so disgusting. The funniest part is, I mean, maybe not as much as they used to, but it's like anybody could say, rightfully so, that, oh, you're complaining too much. Oh, why complain so much? Why even play? Oh, you're complaining too much. I am, for sure. But tell me I'm not right about all this what I'm saying, right? That's the thing. I might be complaining a lot, but I'm speaking the truth. The shit they do to this game is disgusting, man. That's a 3-9 cane, by the way. Doing all that. Now let's see what a 3-9 Shaker can do. Right, it's lucky it did well. It came out for like 2 to 3 years straight and got the reviewers stuck with the game. Pretty much. Yes, the race in this game, even when they've been doing such a bad fucking job at it for 10 seasons straight. Right? Yeah, the race in this game is still doing well, if at all. It's because 1, it's too big to fail. 2, it has Tencent as their owners, one of the biggest tech companies in the world, with endless budgeting, right? And 3, it has the China market. It has like Ligas, at least in those years, completely taken over the China gaming market, right? It's like the biggest esport game over there, or used to be. Maybe I don't know if it's still.
The joke's on you.
And no other competitors, pretty much. Yeah, it's like League has been having, exactly, they've been having the kind of like the monopoly of when it comes to MOBAs. Besides, I mean, at best, it's like other games try to be a competitor, be it Heroes of Neverith, be it, I guess, Smite. The only one that's really sticked around or really like has a popularity anywhere close to League would be Dota 2. And Dota 2 in itself made Riot really insecure about their game, right? Same way Overwatch did, even if that's not a MOBA. So they know themselves that, yeah, League has been having they've been having it really fucking easy when it comes to it. The game boomed early on. No real competitors. But when even the chance of that happening came up, be it Dota 2 or Overwatch, you could tell how Riot visibly got nervous and insecure about their game. I mean, they get so insecure even over people, random ass people, private coders, devs wanting to code old League, and what do? They fucking threaten them and force them to shut down. They're super insecure about their game, and they're super nervous whenever there's even an idea of a competitor coming up, because they know it's been a dying game, but it's too big to really die like that. But whenever there's like any new game that comes out that might be competing with League, they get so insecure every time. Oh, do you guys also know that back then it came out that Riot would force League pros to not play any other game on stream? They would have to sign contracts where they're only allowed to stream League, and they're not allowed to play any other game on stream. It's like when they banned Tyler 1 back then and he started playing Dota 2, and that was gaining viewership, and people were like, you know, I guess switching over from League to Dota because of that. That's when Riot is like, hey, you know what, maybe we should unban this guy. They get so insecure when there's even an idea of a competitor coming up. Because they know they do a bad job, they know game has been losing players non-stop. They fucking know. So they're aware of all of that, and yet they've all these years been so fucking nonchalant about their game and their player base. All they're good for is lip service, that's about it. But when it comes to it, their main goal has always been milk the game to death in every way. It's always been their main goal. It still is. And they keep getting away with it because, yes, ultimately there's no real competitor to League. Exactly. And they've been enjoying that. And I mean, League still is too unique in many ways to really replace it with any other game in that, alright? But it's a fucking disgrace what they've done to the game, man. It's a disgrace. What happened to their idea that you get or lose LP depend on your individual performance? Their idea? What? I've been talking about that, advocating for that for years now. That's my idea. Whenever you actually see a good idea happen in this game, it comes from outside, it comes from other players, because they're terrible. They have no, like, in all these years, they have no good vision for their game, man. They just don't. Because they don't get it, they don't understand it's a skill-oriented game. They will talk about it, they will say competitive integrity, this and that, but ultimately, one, they don't even know what that means. Two, they don't care about that, it's not their priority. So yeah, the whole individual LP gains based on your performance, that was my take, that was my idea for years. What do you mean their idea? It's not like they really have implemented that in any way. Or are you saying they talked about that? When? When did they talk about individual performance and LP gains based on that? Because I've been advocating for that for years. That yeah, depending on how you perform in your games, lose or win, it should affect the LP gains at least by, you know, a couple points. Because that kind of shit would fix a lot about solo queue. But again, they're too incapable, they're too fucking not giving a fuck about that to really implement actually good changes like that. And they're also just clueless. Imagine. I mean, look, it's like based on how the game is, right? Based on how the game is, a lot of shit will already naturally be outside of your control, as it is. I mean, you have 4 teammates that you ultimately can't really control what they do, right? You have so much shit that can go on in the game that you have no fucking control over. And it's like, given that it's supposed to be a competitive game, I mean, besides punishing the better performing player, that aside, it's like at the very least as a game dev, given that it's a skill-oriented competitive game, it's like your goal for solo queue should be that we should find ways to give more control to the player in a fair way, right? Where they get to have more influence over maybe not necessarily the outcome of the game, but at least the flow of the game, right? Instead, we take more and more control away from that. Instead, we go the opposite way. It's like, since they added this elemental dragon, since mid-season 6 we've been having this shit, right? Oh, you fucking random ass dragon, oh, it's fucking ocean this time, you take it and then you don't know what you get, cloud, earth, infernal, who knows? Throw a dice and fucking get what you get, alright? And then deal with it. It's like, since then I've been saying, okay, at least if they're gonna make it like this, at least do it so that whoever fucking takes the dragon gets to decide what dragon should spawn next. That will make it a lot more fair. It's like you should be finding ways to give more control to the players, so they have more say over the flow of the game, instead of taking away control, right? So that's what they've been doing. And it's like, if we can't do that, if we can't give control over the flow of the game to the players, instead they do the opposite of that, bad enough. At least give them control over their LP gains, right? It's like, bad enough if you're gonna fucking lose games and lose a ton of LP for that, bad enough. Right, you go 5-game loss streak, is painful to anybody. Bad enough, losing a ton of LP after gaining a bunch, losing a bunch, fucking just solo queue in a nutshell. Bad enough. You didn't even have fucking any way of winning those games, just inevitable losses, inevitable LP, gone. But at least, and again with matchmaking, same way, they take more control away from that. You don't know what kind of players you get. One game you get a booster, fucking high win rate. Next game you get a fucking 0 win rate, boosted AP. You don't know what you get. Alright? So you have less and less control over that too in matchmaking. You have less and less control even over champ select. You're not even allowed to see the teammates that you get, to look them up and then maybe dodge shit. Even if somebody says they're gonna run it down, they don't even allow you to dodge that basically, without fucking threatening you and warning you and giving you a 12-hour lock when you dodge one too many times. So in every way, they've been taking control away from the player, right? At the very least, give them some control over their fucking LP games, depending on how they fucking play. So at least there's some incentive to still want to try hard in the game when everything else is fucking rigged against the player and is designed to fucking give you less and less control. At the very least, make it so that, oh, okay, so you lost this game, but you played really fucking good, right? You didn't deserve that loss, bad enough. At least fucking make sure I lose less LP if I played good. Like, the LP games being so arbitrary and random takes the entire joy and the entire incentive in climbing and wanting to play well. And that is a big reason why everybody fucking runs it down, myself included. That is why. Because it's like one game you can try hard your ass off, you lose the game, you lose more LP, next game you don't even play, you might get carried, you gain more LP. It's just completely pointless. You try hard, you fucking gain, you win the game, you gain 19 LP. Next game you try hard, you lose, fucking lose 20 plus LP. Like at the very least, reward the players that actually perform well, win or lose. At least give them a little control over their LP gains. But these people are sadistic. In every way, in what they do and how they change the game, it leads to the players having less and less say over their own fucking game, man. From the champ select to the flow of the game, to the outcome of the game and the LP gains. You have less and less say in that. It's just more and more random fucking garbage. The LP gains, once you get high LP, next game you get less LP. It's all random. It makes no sense. How you play doesn't matter. You can play like shit, you can go 0-10 and your team carries you. You get more LP, next game you try hard, you win. You get less LP. It makes no sense. Next game you try hard, you still lose. You lose more LP. It makes no fucking sense. So for a lot of players, there's no fucking incentive to play well. There is no incentive to fucking do well in the game, man. It's a disgrace. Like it's like the fact that they sit there and they just wonder, okay, what next can we do to take even more control away from the players? That's not just incompetence. Given that it's by design, it's really sadistic as fuck. They're sadists. I've been saying it for a long time, they're sadists. They love to see their players suffer in this game, man. Because if they really understood their game, if they really knew what they were doing and they really had good intentions, if that was the case, they would be doing the opposite of what they're doing. They're sadists. A supposedly skill-oriented competitive game, and the game devs, all they do is having their players less and less say in their own fucking game. It's like, dude, look at most games. It's not even just competitive games. Look at most games. Look at any other game. They try to maximize the freedom of the player, how much they get to, how you get to design your own game experience, right? Especially for most single player games. It's like you create your own world. Look at Minecraft. Again, why do you think why Minecraft is so popular as it is? Because you get to build your own world. You can just do what you want. Right? You can play as you want. And it's like any good game will aim for that, will aim to maximize control for the player in the game, in their own game that they're playing. In League, it's opposite. Even though it's a competitive game, so it's more important to give the player more control, more agency, right? Instead, we're doing the opposite. Instead, we're fucking... Like, it doesn't make sense. They're sadists.
Look behind you.
And we haven't even gotten into the whole buffs and nerfs stuff that they do to the game. That's a whole nother story of that, another aspect of all of that. So fucking stupid, man. They're sadists.
This will be fun.
This is the road to paradise.
Now you see me. Now you don't. Now you see me. Now you don't. The joke's on you. Just a little bit closer.
Man, I'm just trying to imagine what this game would have looked like if they had the right vision for it, what it would be right now. It's really a disgrace.
Here we go. This will be fun. The joke's on you.
Everything, Shadow. Bring it down a notch.
This will be fun.
The game Supervive, I've seen a couple people playing it. Is it a league game? What type of game is it even? I barely felt like maybe like a couple of minutes of gameplay I've seen.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
People will only choose one type of drakes what they said became true. Okay, and why is that an issue? If people were to pick one specific dragon over any other dragon, that means other ones are maybe too weak or not good enough. So you fucking buff those or fix them. But ultimately people would pick what dragon makes more sense for their game. Again, the whole point is that what Riot should be doing with this game is maximizing control for the players in their game, instead of the fucking opposite. And if they can't do any of that, at the very least, let people have the slightest control over their LP gains. Let people have the slightest incentive to want to play well. So that they can, even when they lose, can at least say, you know what? I played good, I still lost, but at least the game didn't fucking make me lose a ton of LP for a game I didn't even deserve to lose. Alright? At least find solace in that you at least saved a couple LP at the very least. Like, you can't even do the bare minimum in that. They're sadists. They hate seeing their players in this game have fun. They hate seeing their own players in this game have any say, any fucking freedom in their own game. And any fucking fun with that. They hate that. They're sadists. Keep in mind, they fucked up Earth for everybody because people have been enjoying Earth too much. That was their argument. They say they had to ruin Earth because people were enjoying it too much. That was their argument, dude, for ruining Earth. Because people were having too much fun. They're sadists. That's the only way to explain it for why, instead of doing what the game and the players need, giving them more control, instead they've been doing the opposite for all these years, because they're sadists. Because it doesn't benefit the players, it doesn't benefit the game, it doesn't benefit anybody. And it makes no sense. Other than they wanna see their players fucking suffer in their shit game because they're sadists. It's like, dude, just imagine, like, you know those old single player games, right, that have a story mode, and it's like the map design is really bad, where it looks like you can walk this path, but then there's an invisible wall that tells you cannot walk here. And you're like, why? Visually, it looks like I can walk here. That's just bad map design, right? Well, now imagine it's like you try to do this, you can't do that. You try to do that, you can't do this. You want to walk that way, you can't do that, right? You can't do anything in the game. It's like, okay, why the fuck? Why play it then? It's like the more limitations you add to any game, the more frustrating it becomes. Oh, you can't do that, you can't do this. And then there's not even good explanation for why you can't do that, right? At least it's like in Resident Evil, you want to open a door. Oh, this door is locked. You gotta find the key to unlock it. Okay, that makes sense. That's the game. It's a puzzle game. I love the Resident Evil Nemesis in PS1. Right, it was one of my favorite games in PlayStation 1. Love that because it had a ton of puzzle games, right? So it's like when you do these fucking limitations where, oh, you don't allow the player to do this and that, and you have to solve puzzles before you can do that, that makes sense, right? It's like at the start of that game, early on, there's a door that's locked, and the lock is a fucking rope. It's just a rope tied to it, right? And it's this like iron bar store, you can see through it, it's just a rope tied to it, and it's like, oh, you cannot open that. And it's like, as a player, you're like, was starting to get frustrated on that because I didn't know what I was supposed to do, right? That was like one of the first puzzles you had to solve, which was basic as fuck, Once once you got that, you understand, oh, that's how the game works, right? So I was stuck on that for days. Even my sisters, my brother that would play that wouldn't understand what they're supposed to do, right? We were all stuck on that fucking door, didn't know. For days, none of us knew what to do. And then, out of desperation, I'm just opening my inventory, just spamming random items, and it's like there's like combine option on the items. And you have the empty lighter and gasoline. It canister, right? So that's in the inventory. So we had the items, you just had to combine them. I guess before we tried to use the lighter, it didn't work because it had no fuel in it. So then I just did the like combined fucking spamming shit. And then suddenly the lighter icon changed because I combined the right two items. And I'm like, oh wait, now it should work. And then put the lighter on the door. And then the rope burns and it opens. Right? And then the next puzzles made more sense once you understood what you're supposed to do in the game. So it's like when the game adds those kind of limitations and it's not properly like telling you what you're supposed to do, or if there's even anything you're supposed to do, or like instead of like a pathway being properly blocked in a single player game, it's just an invisible wall and you don't understand why you can't pass that. It's frustrating, right? And it's the same as for this game, except in this game you don't really have any other fucking choice where you lose a game that you already didn't deserve to lose, and then you lose way more LP than what you assumed or expected, and you don't know why. What, did I play bad? Why did I lose so much LP? Bad enough I lost the game. I randomly lose a ton of LP too, and there's nothing you can do about it, just deal with it. And that's every moment in this game is like that, man. Bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, where as a player you can't even do much about it or in any way fucking even feel like you deserve that. And then on top of it, there's not even any solution to it. You just gotta accept the bullshit loss after bullshit loss. You gotta accept the random ass LP gains or losses after random ass LP losses, right? You just have less and less say in your own game.
The joke's on you.
It's like I'm just explaining to you why so many people behave the way they do in this game, why they're also frustrated in the game, not just me. It's like you play the game, everybody is just fucking miserable in a shit game. And that's why.
This will be fun.
Because the sadist fucking dumb fucks at the Riot games just can't help themselves, man. They gotta always fucking, every change they do comes down to giving less and less control to the players. With no fucking solution in that, right? It's like when these people complain to Riot support on Twitter or shit and say, yo, I'm fucking 60-70% win rate and my LP gains are negative, what the fuck? And they will tell you, just spam more games, lol. Yeah, just spam more games, just win more games. They're fucking disgusting. When people complain about bad matchups, bad gameplay design, about the whole like QSS shit, or you can't use QSS on Malzahar ult and whatnot, and then like not even these writers themselves know the solution to it. You guys know that whole meme about Malzahar ult and QSS or cleanse, where oh, so you have no counterplay to Malzahar ult, not even cleanse works, and then there's Riot support guys like, oh no, wait, what was that? And then he says cleanse works when it doesn't, as a response. They don't even like, they don't know their own fucking game, man. Not to mention, just look at the stealth changes they did in Season 7. Speaking of, you know, bad fucking game design. Why is the white cake not taking that?
Down a notch.
Speaking of bad game design, look at the stealth changes. I mean, beside the whole, it's like before a champion was stealth, stealth was stealth, right? A champion goes invisible. We all see that visually what that looks like, and we know what's the counterplay to it. You get pink wards, you get oracles, and you can see stealth. You can see invisible champions, traps, wards, right? And same way as a stealth player, you see there is a pink ward in that bush, you play cautiously around it. They have a champion with the oracle, you play cautiously around it. Makes sense. Right? And now, especially for new players, they will see like, okay, this champion goes invisible, this champion, let's say Twitch goes invisible. Okay, so it's both the same thing, they're both invisible. Visually it looks the same, right? So they're both invisible. And then it's like, wait, this champion Twitch, when I'm next to him, I can see him. But a Shaker, a Vayne, I cannot see. Why? Why is that? It's like, let aside a fucking a beginner being introduced to that and trying to understand the logic. What even is the logic in that? Why is that one champion stealth but not really? He shows up and the other one doesn't. Right? And then, I mean, as a stealth player yourself, the most unfair, disgusting part being that, okay, so now on top of it we have vision plants that you also have to avoid because they can also spot you with that, right? So you avoid being seen, and so many abilities now revealing stealth when you get hit. You're gonna avoid that. Okay. So in the middle of a fight, I do a good Q, I go stealth, and it's like random ass damage hits me. Some dot damage, some random minion attack, or some fire damage, some passive damage that I could not avoid, hits me. It does the shimmer effect, and now they fucking know where I am. How is that fair? How does that make sense? Like, what even is the counterplay to that? Especially given nowadays a ton of dot damage being in the game.
Don't even think about it.
What's like, man, to this day, the way they fucked stealth system is so fucking disgusting, man. But it adds to my point. They're fucking sadists. They don't understand their game. They're fucking stupid. Everything they do in their game is to make sure players have less and less say in their own fucking game. Yeah, at least Twitch can. At least the camouflage champions can recall during stealth, but Shaker can't anymore. Or stealth teleport. Yeah, they're sadists. They take stuff like that out of the game because they're sadists. They will see a strat, a gameplay they don't like, and be like, we will fuck you up. We will remove that from the game. You're having too much fun with that. I swear they're fucking sadists. I cannot emphasize that enough, man. Because again, if they truly had the right intention for their own game, let alone their player base, they would be doing the opposite of the shit they've been doing for 10 years straight. And if it was just the gameplay part, that would have been bad enough. Same for matchmaking, champ select, LP games, all of it.
The joke's on you. This will be fun.
Lighten the blinkers.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Which season they were starting to ruin the game? Season 6? There is a reason why Season 6, mid-Season 6, when the Elemental Dragons happened especially, I was like, you know what? The direction this game is taking is wrong. Yeah, that's when I already realized. I mean, Donkey knew it even ahead of that. For him, it was already in Season 5, when he had enough of right and the game. But yeah, there is a reason why mid-Season 6 I made that video of, guys, I'm quitting League. Guys, I don't like what they're doing to the game. You can still stealth TP on Shaco. I'm pretty sure they removed that a while ago. Are you saying they added it back? I doubt it.
Here we go. You ain't going nowhere. The joke's on you.
Pretty sure they removed the TP stealth too. If they added it back, at least that's something. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they removed that a while ago.
Feel what I feel.
Calibrating. Immaculate.
Here we go.
Need more slows, man. Need more slows. I say we open team CBA. Is the MMR in Shaclone fucked? It's beyond fucked. Now this one is pretty much fucked too.
Get down to the baseline.
Just a little bit closer. This will be fun. This will be fun. Just a little bit closer. Here we go. Now you see me. Now you don't. The joke's on you.
I still forgot to check that fucking first game replay. Where's this guy? He's on my fucking red.
A little bit closer.
Subhuman is already 0-2. You know what that means. You know what that means. You know what we're doing. You know what time it is. It's that time again. Guess what time it is. Actually, never mind, the subhuman is already running, so I won't even bother.
The joke's on you.
If he tries to farm, we run it. Oh, what is that? He's trying to farm? Okay. Coming. Yo, take it, Thrash. Take it. Get fucked, you subhuman. Get fucked, you retard. Disgusting filth.
This will be fun.
Oh, he's trying to farm? Okay. No farm for you, you subhuman. The guy loses his lane on his own and then ping spams me. The top was... Oh yeah, you were already fucking talking about this top lane, alright? I didn't pay attention to Chum Select, so I don't know. But yeah, that's the certified subhuman.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Oh, he's farming. Ah, shit.
Joke's on you. This will be frontier justice. Just a little bit closer.
These are the subhumans that I have to deal with every game, basically, man.
Here we go. Now you see me. Now you don't. Look behind you. The joke's on you.
Look at this. Look at the ultimate Tilterino move. Look. Wait for it. I'm gonna make you suffer, you sapio man. You're not gonna so easily escape this game, you disgusting filth. We're gonna make you suffer. I need some proper emotes for proper BM. We have no emotes. What do you play if enemy one Shaco? Does the Renekton's mom play his mom? I ride his mom like Sejuani rides her. What is it? A boar? What is Sejuani even riding? That's a boar, right? Or a wild pig, like basically like it is a Renekton's mom. Fat and filthy like a boar or wild pig is a way. Isn't a boar basically a wild pig? Got him.
The joke's on you!
At least now we get to watch that replay of that German game. Anybody got a new freshie we can play on? It's time we go for another freshie in it. But I had no vision on this. They just randomly walked to the bush. It's like, look, over here they're still looking for me when I queued back and they went for the Gnar. This guy's still looking for me on those bushes. And then, so they have no vision on me. And then they just randomly walk up to this. This guy recalls for a second and then fucking keeps running at the bush too. How? How? Like, is this normal gameplay? It's like, if this happens on stream, that's one thing I can say. Yeah, they probably ghosted. But the same shit happens when I play off stream too. Stuff like this non-stop. So they had no word on that either. It's so ridiculous, man. Breaking, Asmin Gold has cleaned his room. That's crazy. Can you guys believe it? He cleans the room, guys. It's like, I wanna say this guy is not a bad person, right? I'm sure he's not. But dude, that clip of him, the shit he was saying was so fucking vile. I mean, he tried to apologize for it, and I guess this is like his way of trying to like change in that, which is good. But dude, holy fuck. It's gonna take a lot to change from that, not just him cleaning his room and kitchen. It's gonna take a lot more to change in that, because that is a mentality. He wouldn't be saying that shit if he didn't believe in that, if he wasn't so convinced from it. Even if I don't think he's a bad person. But that was straight Nazi shit he was saying, man. But good on him that he sees the wrong in that at the very least. It's like, dude, it's so damning, it's so haunting. It's like, imagine all those endless children being bombed. Their parents holding their lifeless children with missing limbs, missing with entire body parts, missing heads. Have you guys seen those clips? Holding them like that, like, I mean, how do you even feel about it as a parent, seeing that, right? Your own child. It's like, that's all happening, and then this guy's sitting comfortably in his chair and saying, their life's don't matter, their culture is inferior. That's so insane, dude. While the genocide is still going on. Why are there so many children? Isn't that weird? What's weird about it? Maybe it's weird that Israel likes to fucking specifically target children, that more than half the casualties are children, that they love to snipe children on their heads for fun, for sports. That's not weird to you, but that there's so many children in Gaza is weird to you. Shut your retarded ass mouth. Crazy how long it's been going on, over a year now. It is, and it's still going on, and people are still justifying it, and they're adding to it by starting more shit with other countries, because it's always been about the land grab. It's never been about Gaza or Hamas or Hezbollah. It's always been about the land grab. And people say, oh, Hezbollah is attacking Israel unprovoked in October 8th. Unprovoked? We gotta watch the new Jink versus Mossad debate. I already watched it, but we gotta see it on stream too. The shit that fucking dumb fuck was saying is insane, man.
Joke's on you.
And not to mention it's gonna be going on for another year, I mean, as long as these people in power don't put an end to it, don't put a stop to it, it's gonna keep going on. Way more than a year, more than 2 years. It's not gonna stop, is it?
Just a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer.
Anybody who justifies bombing children, just in my eyes, is not a human. It doesn't matter what side you believe you're on. When you justify bombing children, I mean, you're not a good person to begin with, obviously. But you're just, in my eyes, not even like... You're not worth shit. And the fact that there are so many people that wanna justify it is also a reason why this has been going on and will keep going on.
Now you don't. The joke's on you. March, 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 march. Just a little bit closer. Here we go. March, 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 march. This will be fun.
Bathroom? Dude, wait, you're giving me ideas. Wait, if this guy's living room and kitchen looks like that, what the fuck does his bathroom look like? Oh god, oh god.
Now you see me. Now
Wait, he's never shown his bathroom, has he?
the joke's on you. Replay. Just a little bit closer.
Why? Why? Oh, dude, you subhuman, you already have 3 kills, dude, you fucking subhuman! You really had to last it that, didn't you?
This will be fun. Now you see me. Now you don't. Ah, you look right now. The joke's on you. The joke's on you. Now you see me. Now you don't. Just a little bit closer. Look behind you.
Why aren't you playing Bruiser with Stride? Because they gutted the entire build. Because they completely gutted Stride. Only Yon and Yasuo builds it now, and the funniest part is they probably nerfed Stride because of Yon and Yasuo, and right after they buffed Yon and Yasuo. So they nerfed Stride because of Yon and Yasuo, and then they gave them compensation buffs because of the Stride nerfs that were because of Yon and Yasuo. And now it's completely useless on Shaku. Berserker Boots nerfed, Stride nerfed, more nerfed.
Just a little bit.
Hullbreaker completely changed. The whole build got gutted.
Reverse it. Here we go. This will be fun. Here we go. Now you see. Now you don't. March, 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 march. This will be fun.
You can 1v1 Nasus or Darius with Stride and Borg. Surely, man. What, do you play in bronze where people don't even know how to press W on Nasus? Nasus is the last fucking champion you wanna try to 1v1 as Shaker, no matter what build. At best as AP maybe on AD. In what universe can you win a 1v1 against Nasus? You just press SW and you're dead. Or like. Not to mention how he builds Frozen Art W. Good luck hitting him once. While he does 2 Qs and you're dead.
Here we go.
Have you added someone off the game to flame in League Voice? Team in League Voice, do you not have to be in a game with them to do League Voice? I was just flaming that creature Renekton after the game in the client, and he's like, send me your Discord, show me your face, and he even gave me your Discord. For a moment I was tempted, but I don't want to be like, you know, turning the stream into a flame fest. But for a second I was like, now I would be saying shit that would get me banned, you know, so I didn't.
Just a little bit closer.
But he's like, show me your face, you ugly nerd, come Discord, and then types his name. What was it, X8, XC8 something? Should have saved the name maybe. Here is the DM maybe still up, I deleted him. Nope, it's gone.
Here we go. This will be
Flame them in voice, it needs to happen. Mate, if I do that on stream, I will get banned. Because you know how I like to flame when I really flame. Especially people like that Renekton. That troll for 0, that tilt for 0 and lose a free game. With that disgusting attitude. Those kind of players, when I flame them, I don't hold back. And if I were to do that on voice, I would 100% get banned.
the joke's on you.
We got a nerf shaker. Do we go back to the crit build? I gotta take a shit. I gotta take a piss, maybe even a shit, maybe even throw up. Yeah, the LP and Sun is pretty much fucked now. I mean, look at the win rate. I don't even know if I wanna buzz getting into Diamond still, if at all. What a disgusting elo, man. It's just... It's impossible to escape the elo. Again, keep in mind, even these Challenger players that consistently finish every season in Challenger struggled in Diamond for hundreds of games, and Diamond compared to Emerald is still heaven. Diamond compared to Emerald is heaven, dude. How to fucking escape this disgusting elo? How? I mean, one for me would be to tilt less, but that's not even an option, is it? I'm way too fucking hardwired to run it the fuck down when I get disgusting plays. It's impossible, man. I cannot bring myself over it to carry people that do not deserve to be carried or in any way, you know, deserving a win. It's not happening. And there's too many of these kind of players.
Estonian is this is not the
Okay, I gotta take a shit. But we're watching this video, I guess.
We still have lots of work to do. The most significant assassination that I'm looking for is the assassination of Ayatollah, the head of the snake.
It was legitimate to kill over 30,000 civilians while you're trying to get one terrorist, and Netanyahu's 30, 40 times the terrorist Sinwar is. By your logic, you're saying it's okay to kill 30, 40,000 innocent Israelis just to get Netanyahu. The minute they move those settlers into Gaza, you'll know for sure that this had nothing to do with self-defense. All of it was an excuse to steal more Arab land.
People like Cenk, they are living in a conspiracy theory, alternative
Yeah.
reality. Palestinian is not limited to Gaza. Palestinian is a syndrome, it's a mental illness. And Cenk is the perfect example.
Okay, so you would like me to respond to a guy who just escaped from a mental asylum?
You are a parasite, a bottom feeder. This is the problem that we have dealing with scumbags like this.
What is wrong with you people?
Yahya Sinwar is dead. The mastermind of October the 7th and the architect of the war that followed has spent a year in hiding as Gaza crumbled around him. Israel says he died a coward. Many others say he died a martyr, fighting in combat fatigues until the bitter end. That cult of martyrdom is part of the multi-generational radicalization that Israel could now face long after the war ends. But how and when this war ends is now the most important matter at hand. Should Sinwar's death be the moment for Israel to declare victory and end the bloodshed? Or should Israel fight on to finish Hezbollah and neuter Iran? To debate this, I'm joined by Cenk Uygur, the host and founder of the Young Turks, and by the former member of Hamas and son of its co-founder, Mossab Hassan Youssef. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Mossab, if I may. Obviously, a hugely significant development in this war that Yahya Sinwar, the architect of October the 7th, has been killed. But how significant do you think it is?
It is significant. Hassan Nasrallah's assassination was significant. The most significant assassination that I'm looking for is the assassination of Ayatollah, the head of the snake, who has been funding terrorists all over the Middle East to destabilize the region, who sacrificed Iranian children. He sent thousands of Iranian children to sweep minefields during the Iraqi-Iranian war. And he gave them keys and he said, this is the key to heaven. Then after that, he sacrificed Gaza children. He sacrificed Lebanon. He sacrificed Yemen. He is willing to sacrifice the entire world to satisfy his political ambition. This is the head of the snake. Sinwar was a great success. I will not cry for Sinwar's assassination. I was very pleased that simple soldiers who risked their lives since the beginning of the war got him finally by accident. Then you see the politicians around the world trying to take credit for Sinwar's death. It's a milestone. It's behind us. But this is not the end. We still have lots of work to do. And we cannot afford letting Iran get away with their crime. Because if we allow them, they are going to repeat another massacre. This time it was Hamas. Next time it's going to be a new name.
Okay, Cenk, that is obviously the perspective from the other side. What I was struck by Sinwar's death was that he was hiding in Rafah, which is the very place that Israel have been urged by everyone, including yourself, not to go and attack, not to go into. And yet there is the head of Hamas, there is the person who ordered October the 7th. He's there. Does that not justify Israel's strategy in going in there?
No, not at all. I'm going to answer that in a second, Piers. But you asked a really important question about does the end of Yahya Sinwar and Hassan Nasrallah mean that this should come to a close? That's the central question. And here they have no more targets left. All of Hamas leaders are dead. All of Hezbollah's leaders are dead. In fact, Israel just bragged that they killed the whole new set of leadership of Hezbollah. So if all the leadership is dead, what are we still doing in Gaza? What are we still doing in southern Lebanon? And so the minute they move those settlers into Gaza, you'll know for sure that this had nothing to do with self-defense. All of it was an excuse to steal more Arab land. So let's be absolutely clear about that. So in terms of Sinwar being in Rafah and this whole Israeli propaganda about, oh my God, they use the civilians as human shields. First of all, we found out and reported by both Israeli and American press that the Israeli soldiers literally use Palestinians, including children, as human shields that they put in front of them to do the booby trap thing that that Mossad just explained. It's Israel that did that in this war and in earlier battles. They shoot, according to 100 American doctors that returned, they're shooting the Palestinian children in the head. An extraordinary amount of headshots. They've burned them alive, and now they're starving them in northern Gaza. So this had nothing to do with, oh my God, we're going to get Yahya Sinwar. In fact, the Israeli intelligence is excellent. As you can see, they blew up the walkie-talkies, the pagers, etc. They knew where Sinwar was the whole time. It was an accident, as Mossad just explained, because they didn't want to kill him. Because he was an excuse. The hostage deal has been on the table since July 2nd. Israel's not taking it. Why? They want to use it as an excuse to absolutely annihilate northern Gaza and retake it. They're doing this past weekend, Netanyahu's party, Likud, did a seminar on how to resettle Gaza. This is all about grabbing land. It is a colonial war of conquest where Israel is Goliath and crushing the defenseless Palestinians and Lebanese so they can grab more of their land.
If after 9/11, America had discovered that bin Laden was hiding in a particular place, as they did many, many years later, but had they discovered it within a year, and they had attacked that place and taken him out, then most people would have said that was reasonable, responsive military action, wouldn't they? What's the difference morally between? Well, I mean, just to be clear, nobody disputes that Sinwar orchestrated and ordered October the 7th. So if he is the mastermind behind this heinous terror attack, then using the parallel of 9/11, is that not just justification? If that had been bin Laden, would anyone be having too many moral qualms about going after him and killing him?
No, Piers is a great example, but I reject your framing. So let me explain. So bin Laden we did get, and how did we get him? We got him through special forces. And if you remember, a year ago when I was on this program, you said, what should Israel do? And I said, special forces. Why? It's more concentrated. Does it put the special forces more at risk? Yes. Is that the point of special forces? Yes. That is what a moral, decent government does. And we got bin Laden without killing too many civilians at all. And in fact, about a month into the Afghanistan war, we had bin Laden cornered in Tora Bora, but the Bush administration turned down the request to go after him when there were no civilians around. Instead, they decided to launch the war in Iraq and kill hundreds of thousands of civilians. So Rumsfeld, Cheney, Bush, they're all, war criminals. And Netanyahu is a massive war criminal. So now when you turn to Sinwar, look, nobody's shedding a tear for Yahya Sinwar. He orchestrated October 7th, you're right. Okay, so, but why did they not know where he was and a group of trainees accidentally wandered into him when Israeli intelligence knows everything with microscopic detail, and they accidentally missed the largest attack on Israel on October 7th? Those guys who know everything and where everyone is, they knew exactly where Hassan Nasrallah was, they knew exactly where the leadership was, but golly gee, we missed October 7th, and golly gee, we missed Yahya Sinwar, and instead we killed 42,000 people in Gaza, over 30,000 women and children, and then they've now killed over 2,000 in Lebanon. And they're saying, oh, we're not the terrorists Yahya Sinwar is because we accidentally killed 30,000 women and children, slaughtered them, and oftentimes with headshots. So, Piers, let me ask you something. If it's legitimate to kill over 30,000 civilians while you're trying to get one terrorist, and Netanyahu's 30, 40 times the terrorist Sinwar is, by your logic, you're saying it's okay to kill 30, 40,000 innocent Israelis just to get Netanyahu.
No, I would throw back at you a different question, which is how many people did the Allies, including obviously led by America, but also UK troops and others, how many did they kill in Afghanistan before they ended up killing bin Laden?
Okay, if we're doing this kind of framing, how about the French resistance? Do you know that the Nazis called them civilian, called them terrorists, and said that they were using human shields? And they were saying, how dare they attack the Germans who were just doing self-defense? The French resistance is shamelessly hiding among the French civilians, and they're terrorists, and they should be executed on the spot. So are you allowed to resist the Israelis? And it's a question to both you and Mossad. So is there any legitimate form of resistance that the Palestinians could do where the Israelis wouldn't kill them? And we could say, oh, yeah, there you go. Let's fight for a state that way.
Let me put that.
No. They call everything terrorism.
Okay, let me ask Mossad that very question, because that's been put to me by a lot of Palestinians, a lot of pro-Palestinian voices as well, which is it depends how you frame what Hamas and Hezbollah have been doing for the last 2 or 3 decades. You know, to many people where they come from, they are a form of resistance. To many people outside of the region, they're terrorists. You know, I think you and I share our view about what we think they are, but clearly a lot of people in the Palestinian world believe that Hamas and Hezbollah are not terrorists, but are essentially a form of freedom fighter. What do you say to that?
Listen, killing, looting, raping, kidnapping are not forms of resistance. You know, Gandhi led resistance in India against the British. It was a peaceful resistance. It bare fruit eventually. But what so-called Palestinians and the Palestinian revolution, it's a revolution without a compass. It's going to nowhere, and nothing can satisfy their ambition. And it has never been a fight over land. It's a religious fight that started some 1,400 years ago. It's motivated by great hatred against the Jewish people. They don't want to accept the Jewish people to exist in that land. And the entire world is in denial in this fact. We say that this is the root cause problem, that the Muslims don't want the Jewish people to return to their homeland. The Jewish people are the indigenous of that land, with overwhelming evidence, as I told you, in the past. The Muslims don't have any evidence.
Okay, so do the Native Americans have a right to genocide on all the non-Native Americans? Because it's their land.
That support actually their connection to that land. They are invaders. And the Palestinians invaded the land. They are not an ethnic group. Then now they have been trying so hard to delegitimize the Jewish people. And what I say to the Palestinians, first of all, you need to prove your legitimacy before you try to delegitimize the indigenous people of the land. Once you succeed of showing us who you are, then we may talk to you about a state. But to claim that you have the land, even though the indigenous of the land, the Jewish people, actually have been willing to share the land, and they were willing back in 1948 to share the land with the Arabs, but the Arabs refused. They had equal opportunity, just like the Jewish people, to declare their independence. But instead of declaring their independence back in 1948, they declared war against the Jewish people, only because they are Jewish people. Then 40 years later, in 1988, they declared their independence. So, once what so-called Palestinians drop their violent approach to the problem and accept Israel's right to exist in that region, then we can talk about things. But to really water it down and say that this is a conspiracy, people like Cenk, they are living in a conspiracy theory.
You know what's funny? About this always repeated rhetoric, the same talking point, that, you know, they will say, oh, the Jews were the indigenous people of this land, and then say Israel has a right to exist. Isn't like, wouldn't the more logical conclusion be that, okay, if Jews are the indigenous people of that land, let's say that's true, we go by that. Okay, so doesn't it make more sense to say that the Jews have a right to exist and live in that place? Now it's about Israel having a right to exist. As if every Jewish person equals Israel. Which is not. So it's like, yeah, you're like, the way they try to conflate being Jewish and Israel as a state having the right to exist. It's not even, again, given how many Jewish people are against what Israel does, it's such a dishonest point that doesn't even add up. So to you, it's not even about whether the Jews were the indigenous people of that land or not. It's not even about that. You just want to justify Israel existing as the way it does, as the apartheid state, as the fucking force, right? As everyone says. So it's not even, it's, once again, they pretend like, oh, Israel is about the Jewish people. It's not. They follow other fucking priorities, other goals. It's not even about that.
Alternative reality. We tell them that this war, so that's in war started in Gaza.
Because all the
is a
shit
very
they've been
dirty war.
doing harms the Jewish people the most on the world stage. Same way they wanna call any form of criticism towards Israel anti-Semitism. They're harming the Jewish people the most with all that shit they do. Same way for that, or fucking million times the repeated talking point.
War. He weaponized civilians only to get sympathy of people like Cenk and many others around the globe. This is the
So dishonest, man.
Just a little bit closer.
I mean, gotta justify the land grab some way, right? Somehow.
quick as a fox.
Here we go. Just a little bit closer.
Nice.
Just a little bit closer. The joke's on you. March, 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 march. The joke's on you. This will be fun. Now you see me. Now you don't. Here we go. Just a little bit closer. March, 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 march. The joke's on you.
Another subhuman game.
Look behind you. This will be fun.
Immoral players are humans.
The joke's on you. This will be fun.
Light on my feet.
Now you see me. Now you don't. Here we go. Now you see me. Now you don't. Ah! Just a little bit closer. March, 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 march. The joke's on you. This will be fun. March, 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 march. Here we go. Now you
I won't miss.
now you don't.
Wanna see a hot nickel ball on a pussy. I just wanna see a hot nickel ball on a pussy. I just wanna see a hot nickel ball on a pussy. I know I just see a hot nickel ball on a pussy. every
Here
day
we
on
go.
Run wild.
Just a little bit closer. March, 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 march.
Let me shake a little pussy. Let me shake a little twat. Give me little cunts. Let me see what cummies, man. I just wanna see a little slit, little axe wound. I just wanna see a little cummy, little cummy, little cummy on the cummy cunt, cummy cunt. Ooh.
The joke's on you.
Ball on a pussy. I just wanna see a hot nickel ball on a pussy. I just wanna see a hot nickel ball on a pussy. I know I just see a hot nickel ball on a pussy.
This will be fun. Now you don't. Here we go. A little bit closer.
I am Martin.
Two tails are better than one. Or, well, you know. Come here often. Here I come. Will I also be forgotten?
The joke's on you. This will be fun. Now you see me. Now you don't.
You know what I mean. You guys catch the drift? You get what I mean?
Here we go.
Sometimes it be like that, man. Sometimes. Five kills in Nautilus. To this. The thing is, like, I know it's like, as you're supposed to. I play in the Zelo with no expectations, and I still get disappointed every time. These players. We have a 5 kills Nautilus, for what? Emerald supports, man.
The joke's on you.
Gotcha.
Let's
That was hilarious. He took his own ult and just headshot him with that. Holy shit. Dude, Silas is a funny champion. Is there like... You would think that this would be the champion where, one, if you're really good at, must be really fun to play, but also really fun to watch, right? So you would think that there is like Silas OTP streamers that would be booming playing that shit. Because that shit is hilarious. Oh, good one, Ash. Good one. Good one, Ari. Good one. Good one, man.
Light on my feet.
Yeah, good one.
Quick as a fox.
Good one, dude.
The joke's on you.
I have Monster Hunter. I have Monster Hunter. For what, you disgusting company? For what? This game is so retarded, man. I don't even know why I would get it in the first place, but these fucking apes unironically made the Monster Hunter go till 20 minutes. These fucking apes. At least it used to be fucking 15 minutes.
Light on my feet.
Ah, fuck. I didn't queue fast enough. Oh, God. Like, see, that shit tilts me, and then I play like that. This fucking company, dude. They basically don't allow junglers to touch lanes till 20 minutes, let alone split pushing. Yeah, 20 minutes you're allowed to play the game. Get cancer, Riot Games. Nobody even does funneling anymore. We still have this shit.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Now you get double punished if you don't fucking full clear all the time. One, you get punished with the stack garbage, right? And the Monster Hunter. Or you farm too many lane minions, or you help your lane, you helped your lane too much. And the third part of it being when you play too much 4 kills, you also fall behind on levels because you get no EXP now. So they in every way designed it so that they force junglers to just clear their camps non-stop and nothing else. If you even dare to do anything else, or too much more than what they allow, you get fucking hard fucked, cock plucked by the fucking game.
Oh, don't go.
Farm too much lane minions? Monster Hunter. Don't farm your camps fast enough? You get your smite late, you have like just fall behind in that and all that. You play too much for kills, you fall behind in levels. It's amazing. You try to play for early objective control, they made the whole shit so fucking tanky and impossible. You waste 2 minutes on it if you have to solo it. It's amazing, man.
will mark their passing. Make it count!
Share and share alike.
Come here often. Just for you. What a run.
Take me home. This will be fun. Now you see me. Now you don't. Now you see me. Now you don't. Let's level the playing field. Here we go.
Come here often.
A fitting sentence. Just a little bit. Tread my words. March, 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 march. The joke's on you. This will be fun.
Light on my feet. The time to talk.
The joke's on you! This will be fun. Now you see me. Now you don't.
The most destructive weapon in the hands of Hamas, and millions around the world fell into this trap. So as long as we empower Hamas, more children are going to die. And if we don't remove Hamas from power, if we don't remove the Ayatollah from power, then this endless and vicious cycle of violence will continue for eternity. It's as simple as that. But of course, in the meantime, we are aware. We are aware of the suffering of the children. The children of Gaza were born Arab. They were born innocent. They were not born Palestinians. Then they had been indoctrinated to hate. They have been indoctrinated to blame Israel. As Cenk right now, he has been blaming Israel since the beginning of the war, but now he sees the defeat of Hamas. So now he's changing his tone a little bit, his attitude. And I like his cleverity. He's a very clever Palestinian. He's the perfect example of a Palestinian, by the way. Cenk, just right there. Because Palestinian is not limited to Gaza. Palestinian is a syndrome. It's a mental illness.
It's a mental illness, mate. Have you seen yourself? Have you seen yourself?
It's a universal phenomenon. And Cenk is the perfect example. And if he gets hungry eventually, I will not be surprised that he will eat his own children.
And I say that right afterward. It's a mental illness by the way you eat your children in it. Mate, like... Look at him, dude. Look at this guy. Who are you calling mentally ill? Talking about random shit like you eat your children. What the fuck does that even mean? What even... This is worse than that one with that woman where he's like, you're a bad mother. Because she's speaking about Palestine. This guy is unhinged, man. He's unhinged. Look at him. He's calling us as mentally ill. It's insane.
Your response?
The way he reacted to this whole shit of this unhinged rambling, he just fucking really just dealt with this perfectly.
Okay, so
and then
you
just
would like
says
me
it
to
as
respond
is,
to a
calling
guy
him
who just
a
escaped
fucking
from a mental
Israeli
asylum.
agent.
Okay.
Is the story even true that he actually he just fucking betrayed not just all the Palestinian people, but his entire own family, he just betrayed them. Is that true? And got bought by Israel. Is that the story? How despicable, man. How disgusting. And calls us. It's like, I've been lately fucking thinking about it. It's like, what this guy is having, first of all, definitely is mental illness to be betraying people like that, right? To be this spineless, this low integrity fucking. But it can't be just about the money, right? No amount of money would make you do that. I feel like, did they fucking brainwash this guy? Is that why he's like that? Because the betrayal aside, it's like his entire attitude and the way he talks is so fucking beyond psychotic. There has to be more to it than him just turning on his people, right? It has to be more to it. It can't be just that he got bought like that, just for the money. It can't be. They must have like brainwashed this guy. Something like that. Look at his eyes. You see it in the eyes.
He calls me a Palestinian.
You
Look,
are the one who should
I'm
go
not.
to a mental asylum.
Okay. If
He
if
must be
calls me a
brainwashed, I
Palestinian, I
swear.
am incredibly proud.
They must have
to
done
bear
some
that
high-tech
name.
brainwashing
Thank
on
you
this
for making
guy.
me an honorary Palestinian. The whole world should be honorary
That's not normal,
Palestinians
man.
for the suffering that they've gone through and the brutal slaughter of the Palestinians at the hands of the Israelis. So I don't want the audience to get confused. Mossad is an Israeli agent. He's a turncoat. He doesn't believe that the Palestinians should exist. But it's okay. I don't have to clarify it much because he just told you. He thinks that Palestinians don't exist and that they have no rights and that they are the ones encroaching on the indigenous land of the Israelis. I mean, look, I know if you're an Israeli supporter, some
The
of you
right
have
guy
lost
must
your
have
mind
seen
so
some
much that you
shit.
believe.
Nah, he looks like that because he's trying to come up intimidating. I mean, you see it in his rhetoric, in the way he fucking talks as well. He's trying to like be intimidating, trying to like scare those aside, to even say innocent. That's why he's looking like that, like fucking lunatic.
That the Muslims there that have been living there for for centuries, millennium, are somehow in your way and they should just be dispensed with, and that the real true heirs of that land are the people that were brought in from Europe and other places. Look, the Jewish people have suffered greatly throughout history, and anyone who denies that is denying reality. But now it breaks my heart to see that they have become what they most despised. They escaped that kind of brutality only to do it to the Palestinians now. So if you notice, Mossad over there never answered the question. There is no standard that the Palestinians can ever meet. They even say absurd things like they don't exist, that this Palestinian state should never exist, Palestinians as an ethnicity should never exist. And then they have the temerity to say, can you believe that they theoretically don't think that Israel should have a right to exist, even though it's existed since 1948. It's one of the biggest militaries in the world, backed by the greatest military power in the history of the world. It has nuclear weapons. Your existence is rock solid. You're murdering Palestinian children.
But hang on, Cenk.
Wake up.
Let me jump in there.
Wake up.
Cenk, that doesn't change
So you didn't jump in as the lunatic was saying things, but go ahead.
Cenk, that doesn't change the premise of the argument that Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Iranian regime, none of them accept the existence of an Israeli state. And they are all wedded.
Piers,
well, hang on, let me finish.
Glad you're bringing
Let me finish my question.
Okay,
and they're all wedded to its destruction. That's the point. It's not a question of whether it does exist.
No.
It's that all those groups want to eradicate it. They're open about it.
Okay, Piers, let's look at your framing, okay? So in the reality-based world, Palestine does not exist because Israel is blocking its existence. Its cabinet voted to say that a Palestinian state will never exist. They will never allow it. So you're not worried that in the real world, the Palestinians are not allowed to exist, and if they resist at all, their brutal 57-year humiliating occupation, they're called terrorists. They're the worst people on earth. We should hate them all, and they should never be allowed to exist. That's the real world. Israel exists and is one of the largest militaries in the world.
Yeah, but you're missing my point again, deliberately. I think you're deliberately missing my point.
Hold on. Okay, Piers, let me finish. Now, meanwhile, you live in a theoretical world where you say these powerless people who have no ability to affect Israel's existence at all, the Palestinians are literally throwing stones. They bomb back to the Stone Age. They have no power at all.
Hezbollah's been firing
You're
rockets.
saying, hold on. If you ask me a question, let me answer the goddamn question.
Wrong statements,
okay, you're being a ridiculous, unfair, ridiculous person.
I'm picking
all right,
you up
go
on...
and join the Mossad over here with him.
I'm picking you up.
Ask me a question, let me answer the goddamn question.
Wrong statements,
okay, you're being a ridiculous...
You're making wrong statements. Meanwhile, the other guy is calling Palestinians not human and he's like silent. Because that's not wrong to say.
This unfair, ridiculous person.
I'm picking you up.
Join the Mossad over here with him.
I'm picking you up. His name is Mossad, by the way, with a B. But the
Mossad, right? That's who he works for, and that's who he's
Well, his name is Mossad, and he works...
Oh, he's Mossad that works for Mossad. Okay, got it.
And the reason we haven't got him on screen at the moment, we've got a technical problem with him, which we're trying to fix. So you and I will keep talking. No, I think that you're deliberately... avoiding the point I'm making. Which is
no, I'm getting to the point you're making. If you stop cutting me off.
Okay, but you're making misleading statements. You're saying these people are throwing rocks at Israel. They're doing a lot more than throwing rocks. Hezbollah's been firing rocket after rocket after rocket. Hamas has been launching terror attacks. The Houthis have been firing rockets. The Iranians are funding it all. It's not just rock throwing, Cenk, is it?
Okay, Piers, you're making it sound. This is the frame of all Western media, that the Palestinians and the Arabs and the Muslims are so strong, they're about to wipe out poor little Israel, who's barely existing right now, poor little David, and this Goliath Arabs are about to wipe them out. Are you crazy?
I said they would like to.
Israel is the... Okay, what an absurd thing. Okay, so here, Piers.
If they would like to, they would have. Isn't that the whole argument? That, oh my god, Israel so small, so little people, and then Arab countries so many millions, billions around them, scary. Ooh, what if they just invade Israel the way Israel is invading Palestine and Lebanon? Oh, what if they do it? Or they wanna do it. If they wanted to, they would have. I mean, they have all the means to do it, right? They could have. With the support of Iran, supposedly, they could have, if they really wanted to. What's holding them back? If they really wanted to, as they say, they could have. So what is this nonsense that, oh, they're gonna do it, they wanna do it? If they wanted to, they would have. If it was really about that. I mean, again, not to defend Iran in this, right? But look at the latest Iran attack. They made sure they don't harm a single civilian on those rocket attacks that they did, because they only aimed, allegedly aimed military Air Force bases, right? They didn't harm a single civilian. So like, it's like on the argument part, even Iran is looking good in this. Meanwhile, Israel is deliberately targeting civilians. Like, I'm seeing these clips on Twitter today. They're just blowing up left and right civilian buildings. Deliberately. So, like, you're saying... It's the same shit that Asmongold said, right? Oh, if they would have done more, if they want to do more. If they wanted to, they would have. Meanwhile, Israel are the ones doing it. Like, what's that fucking talking point, man? How is that an argument? One side is doing it, yet we blame the other side because, oh, they would want to do it. But they aren't. Meanwhile, the other side is doing it. What a fucking bullshit fucking take. It's so dumb. It's so fucking stupid. Morsab has some points. What points? The guy is completely deranged, man. More than all those Israeli spokespeople I've listened to, he's the most bullshit one. He's completely fucking lost. What do you mean he has good? He has some points. What point? Do you think Jane cares about Palestine or is it an act? It definitely seems like he cares more than any of these people.
Now you see me. Now you
I can fight the bear if I want to, I just don't want. What? It's such a bullshit argument, isn't it? To say, oh, they would want to do more if they could. Okay, so what's actually holding them back from doing it if they really wanted to? I mean, Iran showed that if they want to, they could. They can make those rockets land in Israel. They can do that. Yet they managed to not harm a single civilian with that latest attack. So, how can you still say, oh, if they wanted to, they would want to hurt, they would want to... But one side is doing it. On top of that, one side is actively doing it, been doing it, especially for this past year, openly. The whole world can see it, and yet we're still running with the same rhetoric an entire year into this genocide, and saying, yeah, but the other side would if they could. It's so fucking dumb. Was always paid by Israel. No shit, he's calling them out on their Twitter talk. Obviously. Oh wait, this dipshit started on my blue, didn't it? So did they actually do a full rework on Timo? Is he actually a jungler now? Everybody plays him in jungle now. Oh, I got the blue, you fucking dipshit. I got the blue as well.
You weren't in harmony.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Dude, it's so insane, man. The fact that even the American government is talking like that. One side is actively bombing children, sniping children, and they say Israel has the right to defend itself. The other side attacks military bases, only destroys fighter jets, doesn't harm a single civilian in that attack, and they all say that's unacceptable. It's a fucking joke. The whole US government is a fucking joke. And the fact that Biden is allowing this is also fucking disgusting. You're all a fucking joke. And then Trump says, oh, Biden's not doing enough, I would be way worse. Vote for me. US politics is fucking... it's fucked in the head. Because they're the main driver of all of this. The thing is, what's funny is that so Biden gave Israel 30 more days to do whatever, but like after these 30 days, he will then do a weapons embargo. I guess basically right when is... Oh no, he's still gonna be the president after the elections till January next year, right? Because I was gonna say, wouldn't that be a sign that... Oh yeah, never mind. I mean, it's not even necessarily certain that Kamala Harris would win. Because as always, this would show that this would maybe reflect on what Kamala Harris would do, given that if she were to win and make the decisions on that maybe that's what she would be doing, even though she's never said it, that she would support a weapons embargo. That maybe this would give a hint on that, but yeah, never mind. Whoops, indeed, man.
The joke's on you! Just a little bit.
These evil fucks bombing children, and then this Netanyahu, this Satan Yahoo, goes in US Congress and says, we have to bomb more children. We need more bombs. And all those people in the Congress are like giving standing ovation. Couldn't have said it better. Thanks you, Mr. President. Thanks you. It's so fucked, man. This is the world we live in, by the way. We upload bombing children.
Here we go.
Meanwhile, at the slightest Iranian attack, if that's even a real clip of Netanyahu running into a bunker, into a bomb shelter, fucking running like that, is that an actual clip of that? And then he does a speech right after the attack, and he's like, he has like paper in his hands, reading, trying to come up tough, and he's like visibly shaking like this. What a piece of shit.
Now you don't.
I can't click, I don't know how to click. What the fuck is this lag? Oh, Riot Games, Riot, you disgusting fucks. Like, I'm getting stuck on everything over there, like I'm glued to a fucking fly trap. It's everything, I don't even know, dude. I can't even move. The misclicks were on me, but there's like fucking getting stuck on minion and shit. Fucking amazing, man.
Just a little bit closer.
Give me something to believe in, fire in my heart. Take a chance now, hold your hand out, shot in the dark. I don't got the answer.
And to know that the reason he's so scared is that they would specifically aim at him before they aim at the Israeli civilians with those attacks. He knows he's the target, obviously. He's like fucking scared. If that's an actual clip of him running into a bunker, that's hilarious.
Your choreo just wasn't good enough. Gotta rise. Randall, a soothing song.
Now you see me. Now you don't. The joke's on you.
Another very playable game, really playable.
Just
a good time, not a long time. DJ, can you play that tune? Any bad energy, put it on mute. It's always a shutdown when we come through. Touchdown, shut down. We got the place on lockdown. Touchdown, shut down. We got the place on lock. Touchdown, shut down. We got the place on lockdown. Touchdown, shut down.
Now you see me. Now you show. The joke's on you.
African National Congress resisted the apartheid in South Africa. They did it through terrorism, they killed civilians, and they did it through peace, they did it through both. They were both terrorists and resistance fighters. They were both of those things, and you can be both of those things. What you would say right now is the African National Congress didn't want white South Africa to exist. They wanted them to be wiped out. The African National Congress are terrorists. They're the worst people. They should, we have to keep apartheid because those guys are terrorists. We have to keep apartheid because they don't want South Africa to exist as it currently is. So no, that's absurd. So if you say to me, should Israel exist? Of course Israel should exist. Of course they should be a safe haven. But they're saying, no, Cenk, you're right, Israel should exist, but Palestine shouldn't. And you're saying I'm the one that's being unfair?
I haven't said that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Absurdity of that?
Why are you putting words in my mouth? I never said that.
Okay, Piers, do you see the absurdity?
I didn't say
of
that,
the
Cenk.
Israelis not only existing, but occupying the Palestinians for 57 years and preventing their state, and then claiming that their right to existence is somehow in jeopardy, but the Palestinians isn't. So for God's sake, what can the Palestinians do for these Israelis to free them, to give them their state and to stop occupying them?
Let me bring, we've got Mossad back.
Israelis, I'm begging you to stop being so brutal, stop being the thing that you hated. Stop being the thing that oppressed you in the first place. These Palestinians are not Nazis. You're fighting a ghost. No, the people who are being the fascists here, I hate to do this because it's breaking my heart and it should break your heart. You're being the fascists. You're the ones slaughtering their civilians. Look, how do you look at those children being starved to death in northern Gaza and not see Jewish children in Germany in the 1930s and 40s? How do you not see that? It's the same exact image. Snap out of it.
Oh, but Cenk,
Stop being the thing that you hated.
All right, Cenk, before I go to Mossad for a response, how do you not see, conversely, that what happened on October the 7th was to Jewish people not dissimilar to what the Nazis did to them in World War II? How do you not see that parallel?
No, it is not similar at all.
It is.
At all, Piers.
It is.
No,
it's a group
Piers,
wedded to the destruction of all
it's
Jewish...
insanity.
Let me finish
Stop
my
saying
question.
The same things.
It is a group wedded, in the case of the Nazis, to the eradication of all Jewish people, as indeed are Hamas. What's the difference?
Okay, this is a convenient talking point to justify...
What's the difference?
Actually preventing the Palestinians from
Tell
existing.
me the moral difference.
What is wrong with you people?
Tell me the moral difference.
In reality, yes, of course I'll tell you the difference. So what they did on October 7th was terrible. I hate any civilians being killed. I hate terrorism. That is why Netanyahu is an awful, disgusting terrorist. He's killed 30 to 40 times the number of civilians that Sinwar did. What an awful, despicable terrorist he is. So now guys, October 7th can be terrible, but at the same time you can acknowledge the power dynamic of who is stronger and who is not. Why does that make a difference? Because the Nazis were the more powerful force. They had every ability to wipe out the Jews, and they tried. The powerful force, Goliath, the Nazis, were horrible for what they did to the Jews. When the French resistance fought back and killed German civilians, it might have been the wrong strategy. It might have been immoral to kill German civilians. But the French resistance was not, oh, they're trying to wipe out Germans from existence, so the French resistance is bad. They should surrender to the Nazis. No, they were the powerless. The powerless always do ineffective violence that we call terrorism. And then to say, no, it's their fault that the powerless are going to somehow wipe out the powerful. No, you're framing it in a way that is totally hypothetical and theoretical. because you want to avoid the reality of what is actually happening in the world, which is the Israelis wiping out the Palestinians, slaughtering them tens of thousands
All right, let
at
me
a
bring in
time,
Mossab.
taking their land.
All right, Mossab, your response.
Just a little bit closer.
Wow, where do I begin?
Why does he
To
talk
analyze
like
the mental
Borat,
state of
dude?
this
Dude, I was off screen in the game making sure I don't get AFK warning. And when he started talking, that was literally
Bring them
Borat.
tens of thousands
right, let
at
me
a
bring in
time,
He
Mossab.
sounds
taking
like,
their
dude,
land.
is
All
that
right,
it?
Mossab,
Is
your
that an
response.
act?
wow, where do I begin? To analyze the mental state of this self-proclaimed savior of the Gaza children. He really touched my heart. He really touched my heart.
It's like I'm watching a parody, dude.
Who authorized you to speak on behalf of the Arab children of Gaza? Who authorized you?
You just did. You
You
called me
never
a
been
Palestinian.
there. You don't care.
So am I
And
Palestinian or
now
am I
you
not?
think you hold the higher moral ground. You don't.
I do.
You're not the savior. You always need a victim in order to pose as the savior. You're not the savior. First, learn how to control yourself. Learn how
It's
to
so
control your tongue
weird.
buds.
You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, one, the guy is clearly mentally not okay. You can tell just by his demeanor. But, and then not to mention his eyes and the shit he says, he's clearly brainwashed. It's not that he's not just okay mentally, he's brainwashed. It's not normal the way he's acting. It's not normal.
Before you try
If it's not an act,
to control the world. It's a big situation in Gaza. All of us are heartbroken for the death of the children of Gaza. All of us. That includes Israel. Israel considers what's happening in Gaza a tragedy.
tragedy. A tragedy.
Israel considers what's happening in Gaza a tragedy. It's a tragedy made up by the terrorists that you sympathize with, that you want to validate and legitimize. Then
It's a
we will have to
fucking
deal with the
parody, man.
chaos that you create, your emotional being, going all over the place. Who authorized you to speak on the behalf of the Gaza? Nobody did.
You did.
You self-proclaimed,
You did.
just like Mahmoud Abbas, just like Yasser Arafat, just like all the Palestinians who have been feeding on the pain of the Palestinian children. You are a parasite, a bottom feeder. This is what you are. So before you speak against the Prime
Not
Minister
okay, man.
of a democracy and accuse him of being a terrorist, you need to look at yourself in the mirror. You have been supporting Hamas and it's recorded against you for eternity. So don't play the game now that your fight is for the children in Gaza. This is not your fight. You know who's fighting for the children of Gaza? The IDF. That is killing Hamas. That is uprooting Hamas so the children of Gaza can have their freedom after 36 years of slavery. Those are the ones who qualify to speak on the topic, not you.
The ones that are dropping the bombs are the only ones that can talk about the Palestinian children. Because they're protecting them by blowing their hats off. She has a point in it. Who was it that say that King Kong lol? He has some points. He has some really good points.
Your comfort,
I mean,
and you want to have an opinion about it.
All right,
this
let
is
me
the
ask
problem that we have dealing with scumbags like this.
All right, let me try and bring things back to a more civilized context. Cenk, you must have been as appalled as everybody when you saw the images of Sinwar's tunnel network.
People
with
will
him with
listen
his
to that
wife
and be
with
like,
the
yeah,
fancy
yes. People will listen to that unhinged fucking rambling and be like, you know what? He's making some good points.
handbag, which I know has been
That's
condemned as
crazy.
propaganda, but the image certainly looked genuine to me of that footage, with his kids perfectly safe, all underground
still
in
seeing
these
it.
very elaborate tunnels that he had spent all that money, the billions that Hamas were given when they took power, constructing, precisely so that people like him could be kept safe and his family, whilst after perpetrating the horror of October the 7th, he knew he was immediately condemning regular Palestinians in Gaza to death, women, children, and everybody else who would die as Israel responded to this appalling terror attack. When you look at that footage of Sinwar, perfectly safe, tucked away in his tunnel with his family, and then we see images of millions of dollars flopping around that he was storing and so on, do you not feel that I know you want to blame everything on Israel, but do you not feel that I know you want to blame everything on Israel.
Who is he talking to? What is that fucking...
But do you not feel that Sinwar himself was an appalling human being who did...
This disgusting fucking client, I can't even close it and then minimize it. It's bugging. I'm trying to close this shit because you have to close it in the mini tray. It's fucking... And the exit button is perma gray. I can't close this shit, Riot Games. Even though the whole shit is closed, it just reopens in the minimized fucking tray. So you gotta close it there too, otherwise the client will keep bugging. And the shit won't let me close it. You fucking disgusting company, man.
Did a terrible disservice to the people of Gaza?
You guys sound ridiculous. It's like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
What have I just said that's ridiculous?
You just said Sinwar was perfectly safe. They killed him.
Yeah, evenally they killed him.
Apparently he wasn't
a year
perfectly
later.
safe.
A year later.
Okay, so let's just be clear about who's being ridiculous. And then this guy, Mossad or Mossab or whatever his name is, who, by the way, again, your audience should know is literally a paid agent of Israel. I mean, it's kind of obvious from what he says, but that he just said...
Well, do you know he's a paid agent of Israel? Do you know he is?
Yeah. The IDF is saving the children of Gaza, and they should thank the IDF.
Do you know he's a paid agent of Israel, just for the record? You said he is. Do you know that?
He's the one. Wait, doesn't he admit it? He turned on his family, he turned them in, and now works for Israel. That's a well-known fact. So that's why he comes out here and says absurd things like Palestinians don't exist.
Why is he not allowed to? Why is he not allowed to renounce?
I say this as someone who lost his uncle to the IDF. Are you Palestinian? Mate, again, what good takes when you call them a parasite, a bottom feeder, when you say the IDF was the ones freeing the Palestinian children? Those good takes?
And disown Hamas?
No, he's allowed to do anything he likes, but he's an Israeli agent. That's a well-established fact. So, okay, anyways, so that's why he says the absurd things, and that's also why he calls me a parasite. Dehumanize Muslims, and so that it's easier to
And
kill.
now the shit client is not opening. Oh my god, Riot Games. Riot Games, you disgusting fucks. So I closed the client service shit through the task manager because it wouldn't let me close it on the minimized tray. Alright. So I log back in, reopen the client, log back in. I'm clicking on play. The client goes back and then reopens. The actual client doesn't open. It's just the same fucking play button that comes up. I click, the shit goes in background, and then pops up again. The other client is not opening. Dude, this company, so we just we just found another amazing feature, a new bug. I'm clicking play. The shit goes away and then comes back without the other client opening. Like, how, dude? Oh, this company is so fucking disgusting, man. This company is so fucking bad.
As you know, Piers, I got no love for any of these fundamentalist Muslim leaders. You got the Ayatollah. It's oppression in Iran. I don't want it. Hamas and Hezbollah have become radicalized and are more Muslim fundamentalists. I don't agree with that ideology at all. I think that ideology is harmful. But I also know that when you do an occupation or you do an oppression, moderates don't arise. Extremists arise to fight that occupation.
It's bugging
and
again.
oppression.
The client
So these are
actually. Oh, there we go. It's
just
finally
the
open.
realities of power dynamics.
Thank
None of
you,
this has anything
Jesus.
to do with ethnicity. If the roles were reversed and the Jews were the ones being oppressed by the Palestinians, I would say the
And now
same
it's
exact
fucking
thing.
stuck in the
And I
loading.
would say, well, of course the Jews are, we can call them terrorists, and the ones that fought the Nazis, you could call them terrorists, but they are resistance
at the
fighters
shit,
as
man.
well,
Look at
at
the
a
shit.
minimum. See, I can do it with either side being
Like, what
either
is this?
ethnicity
What
because
is
I'm
this
being fair.
company?
And so I don't like to see him living luxuriously.
What
But if
is
you're talking
this
about living
company,
luxuriously,
dude?
the Israelis have paid family leave. We don't. They have universal health care. We don't. They're the only country in the world that has Iron Dome. We don't. And we have given them hundreds of billions of dollars in America here. How come we don't get to live like the Israelis as we fund their genocide? And so, look, if it was Jewish children that a Palestinian state was murdering at this level, a shot to the head, starving them to death, I would hope that we would all be moved to help the Jews in that context. If we are not moved to do that, then we haven't learned anything. That never again doesn't mean anything. But if it's not Jewish people and it's Palestinians, we should have the same exact sympathy. But I don't see that.
Your family in Lebanon? Wait, are you saying recently? That happened recently? And you're siding with the fucking unhinged IDF fucking agent?
Anywhere in American media or in
And you're
American
saying he has
politics,
some
all I
points.
hear is about
Which, I mean, siding is one thing, but again, what good point, man. The guy, anybody that listens to that, it just will say he's fucking deranged. Like, the guy is one, like, clearly really stupid. He might be more stupid than Trump. And two, he's just fucking spewing dehumanizing, hateful shit. What points has he made?
theoretical state where Israel isn't
Don't
the oppressor and
normalize
could
this
be
kind of
oppressed,
shit, man.
I don't know, 1,000,000 years from now, or when they lose their entire military for no reason at all. Like, you have to make up absurd hypotheticals to try to evoke sympathy for the occupiers. Will
right,
they end the
let me-
occupation? That's the answer. Everybody knows that's the answer. But Israel won't, because they want to grab more land in the West Bank
All
and
right,
Gaza
Mossad,
Strip.
let me ask
That's
Mossad.
obvious.
All right, Mossad, what is going to happen now? I mean, it seems to me that Netanyahu's gone from being incredibly unpopular 2 or 3 months ago to increasingly popular in Israel. His polling numbers are the highest they've been since October the 7th, when he was being blamed by Israeli people for what happened. They now are thoroughly enjoying and saluting and encouraging his attacks against Hezbollah and against Hamas, and the rhetoric against Iran and the Houthis and so on. If you look at it from Netanyahu's point of view, the more he attacks these groups, the more popular he gets. There's no disincentive to stop doing it. In fact, quite the opposite, especially as he's facing corruption charges at the end of all this. But do you think that this is going to be one of those moments in history when Israel, led by Netanyahu, now take the attack full square against Iran?
Okay, first of all, this is not Bibi's fight. This is not Benjamin Netanyahu's fight. This is the fight of the Jewish people. It's a fight of a nation that is in the face of an existential threat. And this is where I identify with the Jewish people, by the way. It's not the fact that I helped stop suicide bombers during the Second Palestinian Intifada, and Jeng want me to feel guilty for saving human lives. And he tried to shame me for some reason. Thank God I know who I am, and I am very proud of what I did, because there is no way to go wrong with saving human lives. And today, when we look at the situation in Gaza, it's very similar. If I go to Gaza, the people of Gaza will kill me. If I go to the West Bank, the people of the West Bank would kill me. But why? You need to ask them that question.
Because you're a disgusting fucking betraying loser.
I stopped suicide bombing attacks against civilians that killed people indiscriminately. This is my crime. And Jeng agrees with them. And many of the pro-Palestine around the world agree with them. And what we say...
You're supporting the ongoing genocide, you fucking dipshit. You're justifying children getting bombed. And you wanna play the victim? Oh, they're gonna kill me if I go to Palestine. No shit, you're justifying them bombing children, you dumb fuck. Like, who even gives a fuck what this guy's past or track record is? Anybody that says that is fucking fucked an ad. Again, it doesn't matter who you are, what you lived, what you did. When you wanna justify bombing children, you're a disgusting human.
Say, this is not the fight of a politician in Gaza. This is the fight of a nation. I am fighting for my very existence.
On one hand, he's saying, oh yeah, I prevented suicide bombers. On the other side, he's justifying bombing children. At least fucking be morally consistent.
And this is where I identify with the Jewish fight. Now you ask me what's going to be next. And I don't like to do spoilers, but the entire Iranian regime is going to be history, sooner or later. And of course, your guests keep on trying to discredit me. They don't know that I'm coming from that hill, from the depth of it, to a degree that I can foresee the future. You can just go back to our first interview from the beginning of the war and what I told you, and what I have been telling you, and what I tell you now. The Iranian regime, that includes Ayatollah and the Iranian Guard, they are all targets. The next level is going to be massive assassinations in Tehran. Everybody who helped the attacks on October 7th, everybody who orchestrated the attacks against the Jewish people, everybody who helped sacrifice Arab and Jewish children, Persian children, Ayatollah, since 1979 until now, he enjoyed a free ride. But now, this is not going to continue for eternity. He's wanted, and he is going to be punished. The Iranian nuclear program is going to be destroyed. And anyone who gets in the way, it doesn't matter where they are, even if they are politicians in the West, they are going to fall. Because we cannot afford letting any Islamic entity, and I said this previously, and I mean what I say, and you need to take this very seriously. A person who has been launching ballistic missiles on a democracy while millions of children.
They're still saying they're a democracy. Right after he threatened any politician that gets in their way, they will fall. Anybody that goes against Israel will fall, and they will destroy them because they're the democracy in it. Mate, this like completely unhinged. This guy is completely unhinged.
Just a little bit closer.
Just a little bit closer. Now you see me. Now you don't.
Giving you the best of the best, you know. We got the 10 out of 10, you know. We came to shut down. Touchdown, shut down. We got the place on lockdown. Touchdown, shut down. We got the place on lockdown. Touchdown, shut down. We got the place on lockdown.
The joke's on you.
I'm just going to
Here we go. This will be fun.
How is he level 6 already?
March, 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 march.
We got the whole place on lockdown.
Now you see me. Now you don't. Just a little bit closer.
What's funny is that the enemy Death Note perfectly describes this, right? That unregulated power ultimately leads to,
A little bit.
you know, into the descent into fascism. It's like, just like with the Nazis in Germany back then, the more you let a rogue country like this go unchecked, worse yet, you keep supporting it, the more they go and, you know, fall into the descent of fascism, the more they also go mask off with it. The more comfortable they get, the more they threaten anybody and everybody. Because they feel that almighty, right? They feel like nothing can stop them. So the longer this goes, the longer the US support for Israel goes, the more unhinged this shit will get. The worse it's all gonna get. The more mask off it will be. Alright. As it has been. Shit's... I mean, it's probably gonna get a lot worse if this isn't, you know, if the fucking dumbass US government keeps supporting this. It's gonna get much worse.
Here we go.
Two hooves collide.
This will be fun.
I mean, dude, if you guys are talking in the chat about gaming laptop, if it's just for a league, I don't think that's really a big deal, is it? League doesn't take much to run it. I mean, the thing with League is also you can have the most high-end shit and you're still gonna have technical issues. That's just what the game is, especially with Vanguard being at it. But yeah, gaming laptop for just for League is not really a problem, is it? For other games, maybe I wouldn't recommend either, but for League, should be fine.
The joke's on you. Now you see me. Now you don't. The joke's on you. Here we go. March.
Then we switch server in Elo and suddenly we can play a game. How many of these are Emerald, given that it's slow Diamond? We get to escape these Emerald creatures and we can play the game. Damn, suddenly I don't have subhumans on my team that run it and ping spam me. Holy shit. Suddenly the game is playable. Holy shit. Oh, everyone is Diamond, nice. Damn, suddenly we can play the game, man.
Just a little bit closer. Now you see me. Now you don't.
Had to go to shelter again and again and again.
And
he
again
funded
and again and
missiles on a
again.
democracy, while millions of children had to go to shelter again and again and again. Then he funded his proxies to destabilize an entire region. This type of lunatics cannot obtain mass destruction weapon. It's as simple as that. It's common sense. You don't need to be part of the Israeli intelligence to realize that Ayatollah with a mass destruction weapon is bad news. So Cenk and many of those losers want us to stop and wait for help to come from the outside, just like the Palestinians. by the means of manipulation and deception. And when things don't go their way, they get very angry. And we tell them, you will be defeated. Chang, you are going to be defeated. You are already defeated.
Okay, Chang, final.
And we tell them, you will be defeated.
This is like a parody
Go
skit,
their
man.
way,
Look
they
at
get
him.
very
Look at the
angry.
guy.
And we tell them, you will be defeated. Chang, you are going to be defeated. You are already defeated.
Is he on cocaine? Like that's not normal behavior, dude.
Okay.
You are going to be defeated. You are already defeated.
He's coked out of
Okay,
his mind.
Chang, final
So,
word to you.
Piers, hold on, did you hear what he just said? He threatened politicians in the West that if they don't agree with Israel's war against Iran, that they're going to fall. And remember, he's an Israeli agent. Are you saying Israel will murder politicians in the West or get rid of them politically through bribery or whatever else? What do you mean the politicians in the West will fall if they don't agree to back Israel's war against Iran?
Yeah, we will not vote for them anymore.
Oh, no, well, you don't vote for them now. You're not in our country.
It's not like the majority of people in the US, let alone worldwide, agrees with Israel, right? Yeah, oh my god, if the US turns on Israel, yeah, oh dude, all the Americans will vote that politician out. When, if anything, anybody that would speak against Israel in this case would actually gain them votes than make them lose votes. So like this, because clearly the majority in the whole world doesn't agree with Israel. So that doesn't make any sense that they're gonna vote them out.
What do you mean the politicians will fall?
We live in democracy. And we have the right to bring them up and to
Clearly he doesn't know how democracy works if the majority in this are disagreeing with Israel. So any politician with that take would win votes. So what part of that is democracy? Does this guy know what democracy is?
bring them down. Those who agree with Ayatollah, we don't want them in office. And all the sympathizers with terrorists like yourself, we don't want them even to be in our country.
That doesn't
Who
make
is
any
we,
sense.
and how are you bringing down politicians in the West if they dare to defy Israel? Tell me how you're bringing them down.
I already answered you that.
Are you going to murder them, or are you going to bribe them? Are you going to bribe someone else? Who are you going to do? And okay, so let me answer it because he's not. Look, the best case scenario, we've seen the worst case. Look, the best case scenario, we've seen the worst case scenario. They buy an Israeli product, see how it turns out for you, okay? Now, the best case scenario for what he's saying there is, oh, no, AIPAC's going to come in and say, hey, if you work for Israel, we'll give you a lot of money, and now J Street too. If you don't work for Israel, we'll give that money to your political opponent, and we'll eliminate you politically. And that is where we are here in America. And Piers, you can't deny it. I mean, right now, almost all of our politicians, their top donor is AIPAC. And so, in a sense, the United States is occupied territory. And now Mossad or whoever he is saying, hey, well, you better watch out. If you defy Israel at all and you don't pay for the war we're starting with Iran, there could be consequences for you if you're a politician in the West. And that is super scary. And this is the bullies that they are. They have tremendous power while pretending to be powerless. And I want to be super clear here, guys. I'm talking about the government of Israel. We're not, and the right wing, and they literally have terrorists in their cabinet, convicted in Israel of supporting terrorism. This out-of-control right-wing extremist government is now saying that if you defy us in any way, there's going to be consequences for you throughout the world, including the lethal consequences they've shown in the Middle East. They've now attacked 5 of their neighbors, and he just promised that they're going to do a series of assassinations all across Iran. That's called starting a war, and guess who's going to pay for it? They're going to make us, the American taxpayer, pay for the war of Israel, and if any of our politicians defy them, you just heard an Israeli agent saying that they will fall.
Well, I think he made it clear he meant politically fall, in the sense that
meant what?
People would vote.
He meant what?
That people would vote against
really?
him if they took
That's
that
not what
position.
the polling shows.
Okay.
That's
well,
not
listen,
what the polling shows at all. So
I've
it has
gotta-
nothing to do
Cenk,
with voting. That was a
Cenk,
threat.
I've got to leave it there. But
And
what
he's threatening me too. Let's be clear about that.
he's not threatening you.
Anyone who is against Israel, thugs like this, fascist thugs like this, threaten their very lives. They threaten their careers. They threaten to arrest them.
right.
They threaten to fire them. It is cancel culture on a global scale.
Okay, I've got to leave it there. A fascinating debate. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
little bit closer. Here we go. behind you. Now you see. Now you don't. Here we go. Now you don't.
Light never dims.
Finger of doom. That ain't good.
Strike like wrath.
Is my Halo plates not broken?
This will be fun.
Opportunity rewards the next.
The joke's on you.
Did you know you could win?
Just a little bit closer. The joke's on you.
What is this lag?
A little bit closer. Here we go. Now you see. Now you don't.
You logged me out? Is that why I lagged?
The joke's on you!
I keep believing when all the lights begin to fade. What is this feeling? Like you will never fall
Just
away.
a little bit closer.
Fight never ends. My shield is here for you. Honor the mountain.
How you doing? I'm chilling. I got a lot of fucking brain tumor from these disgusting EU West Emerald games. At least switching to this account, I've been like at least more playable. EU West has been fucking impossible, man. What a disgusting server. Whether it's the Elo, whether it's the Emerald Elo or the server, ultimately it's like at least we get to play, at least we get to have fucking playable games on this one. All those EU West accounts, like whichever one I switch to, it's so disgusting, man.
This will be fun.
So solo queue wise, it's not been going great.
Gems first, don't
The joke's on you!
You ready for this?
Oh yeah, I've noticed that too. Yes, exactly. Is it even different supports? Is Northeast different right support than EU West? Because yeah, it's like the shit that's happened on this account already, if it was EU West, it would have long been permaban. I mean that fucking the Sheikah account got instantly permaban for the slightest shit. Yeah, EU West right support is also equally fucking disgusting worthless, yes. But I wouldn't know if Northeast is different right supports. I guess it is, because yeah, seems like they're way more lenient on just banning you like that on Northeast compared to US. US, they don't give a fuck. At least when it comes to my accounts. Yeah, for that too, Northeast, more playable server, man. The writers here seem to be less fucking disgusting than the ones in US.
Joke's on you!
There's definitely a difference. On EOS, they just look for reasons to ban you and be a smart ass about it. Just everything about EOS server is disgusting, man. The writers, the players. It's like Northeast Solo has its days too where shit is unplayable, but it's like these games lately on these Emerald EOS accounts comparing to this like I finally get to play the game, man. No bullshit with some retard running down and just ping spamming me every game. Like people are actually playing at least.
Here we go. Now you see me. Now you don't. This will be fun. The joke's on you. Just a little Here we go. Now you see me. Now you don't.
Like I jinxed it already, man.
This will be the joke's on you.
Not so fast.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Yeah, we're stopping on this for today. We're stopping after that. Fucking, this split has been since day one. Fucking disgusting, man.
Much. This will be fun. The joke's on you.
Strike, my friend. Stand behind throne.
Here.
My shield is here.
Level 25 Frishi Northeast. Now I need a EU West Frishi. Look at these arms, holy shit. Did like 2 days of training after weeks of not doing shit. We stop on this, let them end.
Just a little bit closer.
Yeah, we're out. Shit games, shit fucking season, shit split, shit games, shit company, shit players. But other than that, good stream in it. Other than that, we're chilling. Other than that, it's cool, man. Or am I really getting challenged this split? I don't think it's happening. With how the split has been going so far, it's not happening. But yeah, it is what it is. Back tomorrow, maybe better games. Maybe win a skip tomorrow, maybe. But yeah, I'm out. Until next time.